our Badger Dropship. This is our first MDF kit that we've put out. This purpose of this video is to build an assembly guide to help you out as you're putting this together. So I'll take the Twitch stream later. I'll condense that down into a more manageable YouTube video so that you're not having to watch all the little stuff. And also I'll take some in-progress shots as I go along out of it so that I can do like a PDF that you can download for the assembly as well. So anyway, to start off with, first things are our tools. These are pretty easy to put together as far as you don't need a whole lot of tools. This is probably in the level of complicated kits. This is a little more complicated than a normal building kit would be, so be prepared if you don't have a lot of experience, but just take your time and you'll be fine. I suggest that you do work on a cutting pad because you will be cutting and trimming some stuff. My weapons of choice, I like a scalpel, a razor blade. I have a box knife for cutting the pieces out in case they're deal. I like to have a little bit of painter's tape just in case I've got something I need to hold together for a little bit to glue if I don't have enough hands. I use Elmer's Glue All. It works fine. It's easy to control. It's easy to wipe up and does really good with MDF, which is basically layered pressed paper, sort of. So it soaks in really good and does a good job. Also, I like to use little sanding sticks. You can purchase these. I make my own. I just get little stirring sticks. If I need them a little thinner, I cut them down a little bit, glue some sandpaper on there. Voila, I've got sanding sticks and however I need them in different grits. Make sure, because you are using sharp knives, you are going to be cutting all this stuff, to be very careful. It's very, very easy to cut yourself. So if you're like me, make sure you have 911 on your phone ready to go, just in case. All right, so that's all you need, other than the kit. And we've got the kit here, and we'll kind of go into that. And basically, you have 10 boards. One of them is this mat board, which is some of the trim pieces that go on at the end. The rest are 9 MDF panels. They are basically as much as possible in order as you work through them from 1 to 9 as you need parts. Some pieces are moved around a little bit just so that we could get everything on there and try to keep the count down to the lowest. So without further ado, we'll get started on this. Now, the windows on this particular model have been cut out. You can either leave them out if you want to. You can put acrylic behind them. You can put, I'm going to glue a little bit of cardboard behind mine. But if you want to put lights in it and have it lit up or whatever, you can also. Also, on various points on the corners, there's 3mm holes that have been cut out as well. If you choose, do you want to put some running lights in there? You can either you can use 3mm LED lights, or either hook them up to battery power, or just have them in there so that you see them. If you do decide to light up the kit, you can use this assembly guide to the best of your ability, because you're going to have to make some adjustments in order to be able to get in and out of it for battery power and stuff like that. So keep that in mind if you decide to go that route. Okay. And you may notice little pieces. Some of the things will fall out as they go. They're not part of the kit. They didn't need to be there. We have tried to attach everything so that it stays in there and easier to work. If you do happen to get a piece that, if you're missing something that's fallen out, just let us know. We'll get that piece to you. If you get a kit that, because of the irregularities in MDF, the way it sits on the machine, sometimes you might see a line that looks a little wider than the other cuts. It's not really. The line, no matter what, the line is always the same width that the laser cuts in the material. But sometimes if the material is a little higher or lower because of the high spot on it, it causes the light to focus a little different. So you get a little of a burn along the edge, but don't worry about it. It doesn't affect the edge, and when you paint it, you're all good. All right, so to start off with, we need to start with the middle, the hull part. So that's on sheet 1 and 2. So we will set the others aside. Also, in case your matte sheet looks a little different than the one that I've got here, we had to go back and to kind of optimize the size of the matte sheets, change the size a little bit. All the parts are the same. They're just on a different size, and so they're laid out a little different. So don't worry if that doesn't look right and you have the bigger sheet. All the pieces in here have little tiny tabs on them that we left in so that they would stay in the sheet. That is really where the big knife comes in as well, to kind of cut those loose. Sometimes they'll pop out on their own. If they do, that's fine. That's like that there. We'll do a little sanding on the deals. All right, so to start off with, on sheet 1, we need, this is the top. So that's all we need off of there for now. On sheet 2, we have the bottom, which we need, and it's a little better stuck, so we're going to cut it loose right quick here. And you just kind of take your knife and make a little deal. You'll hear it kind of pop, and that generally means you've got her loose. We've tried to keep them as small as possible so that they come out of there with some easiness. All right. Oh, one more little one. Somewhere, he says. Nope, maybe not. Okay, so there's the bottom. And then we need the hull supports. That's this piece, these pieces here. Make sure some of the pieces have some things cut inside to them. So make sure, set those aside. Don't lose those. You will need those later on. Some people like to go through and pop everything out right off the beginning. I wouldn't recommend that, or you may have a trouble remembering where everything was at. All right, so these, we're going to go ahead and get these out here. And like I said, when I put this up on YouTube, I will edit out. We'll just kind of jump along so that this won't be nearly as long to watch as this may end up being. Who knows? Who knows how long? I'm getting better. This is the 4th one I've put together, so even I can get a little better. All right, those pieces. Okay, little pieces that fall out that you don't need, you can put that, but those you don't need. Little round, so these are the turret rings, you want to not lose those. But the little circles are extra. All right, here. Okay, so set our sides here, and we'll get these all cleaned out right quick here. Set those to the side till we need those later. I always just kind of make me a pile of parts that I know that I need and parts that I know I don't need. Sometimes they pop, sometimes they don't. But we have to put these on to try to keep these together. If we had to pick up all these pieces at once out of the machine, it'd drive you crazy. Get out of there, knife. Make sure you have sharp blades. So that I put all brand new blades on before I started today. So make sure that you do that. Not as worried on the inside. The problem you're worried about is if the material catches, which it can, because it is a layered material. you take a chance tearing it. The outside layers, sometimes it doesn't matter. This is all inside, so that's all good. Now, this is where I take the sanding sticks, and like I said, if I see where I cut it off, if there's a little bit of hangover or whatever, you can clean it up a little bit. You know, depending, just humidity and stuff like that can cause these to change a little different. So just pay attention to them. Sometimes you have to open a hole up just a little bit. We've tried to optimize these so that they're have enough room in the cutting, but you never know. Everything is different, or can be. And the way you know the top has the circle on it. The bottom does not. It's get the where you can see the Y for the landing gear. This has got some of the pieces have stayed in from where the slot holes are going to be, so just push those out. Those should not be connected, but they just kind of stick sometimes. All right, so steel. These are the little holes I was talking about for the LED lights, if you want to put running lights on it later. All right. Or you actually have to put them on while you're building it, or if you put it together and try to do them afterwards, you're going to have a hard time wiring them up. All right, we got a couple here, hanger-ons. You will have a huge pile of those by the time you're done, so just be prepared. Okay, I just push them aside and make a pile. Throw them away later. All right, so this particular piece is a double, so we need to glue this together first. Try to get it as close. It doesn't matter. They're the same piece on both sides, so it doesn't matter. Sure, my glue bottle's open here. Which side glues together? Oh, come on, glue. Always got to be something. Killing me. Smalls. Got just a little bit of dried glue in there. And the cap will pop off. All right, well. So we have tools around here. So we can get a hold of it that way. Maybe. Maybe not. This is where the editing will come in later. All right, that's there. There's that piece there. All right. Yeah, we should be good to go. As long as it goes back on. They made these a lot better than they used to be. Okay, so now, and I try to put just a little on there. Try to keep to the middle so that I don't have a lot on the deals. If you do have some that comes out on the side or whatnot, you can always use a little stick or whatever to thin them down. So the object is you're trying to get these to line up. So make sure that you... Now, a trick that you can use, because this is where it'll eventually go, is these double wide holes on the bottom. You can use that to help line them up while it's setting. You always want to try to test fit everything before you jump in, just in case you can see where you need to sand something. All right. That'll help line them up a little better. Give those a second to set. But that's what I was talking about with, I like a popsicle stick or something. If you got a little bit of glue, just put a point to it a little bit. Um, yes and no, Dave. LEDs are LEDs. It's too bad we don't have Radio Shacks anymore because it was easy to get all that stuff back in the day. Um, the main thing that you want to do, especially if you've never, I mean, just do a Google search on how to. I've got a place that I buy my LEDs out of. You can buy them off of Amazon and stuff. If you haven't done a lot of work with them, you want to make sure that the resistors are already soldered into them, put together. It'll make your life a lot easier. So maybe I can do a wiring video at one point or whatever, but any 3 millimeter, um, I think these are three. They're either 3 or 2. I think they're 3 millimeter. But you can push them through from the inside, and they've got a little bit of a lip, so the light will come the light will come through the hole a little bit. So, um, but I'll put up a couple of links. I bought some off of Amazon. I solder my resistors myself, but it's a lot easier if you've never done it before to have them already pre-done, and that's to keep you from blowing them out. Because what happens is most of these LEDs are so low voltage and ampage that and 9-volt batteries are the best thing to power these things with. And you try to run 9 volts through an LED and you'll go pop. So by putting the resistor in there, you shut her down a little bit. So okay, so while that piece dries a little bit more, we're going to go ahead and install these other ones. And these go on. These are our middle hall pieces. So these go into these 2 sets here. All right, we got a good fit. I think I want to say that there's 8 or 10. I'll get you a bit. Well, I've actually got one put together here that just I had here for. Let me double check and see where I put those on there before I tip it over here. I don't think I put any on the top. I think I put them all on the bottom. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It looks like there's 12. They're all here on the bottom. And they can be either running lights or, just something like that. I thought might be kind of cool. Of course, they're on the bottom, so you really won't see them unless you're turning the kit over. So, okay. Let's get back and glue these on here. Again, these are ambidextrous, so they can go up or down. We mailed several of these last week on Thursday and Friday. So, oh no, you're fine. But when I go back and redo this, I'm going to cut all the stuff out of it and go over the audio anyway. So it makes more sense. You want to try to avoid getting glue on the parts where it's going to come out. I sometimes try to put one in the corner a little bit there just so it gets some on the side. And this is all going to be inside and won't be seen anyway. So that one goes there. And you can kind of press it and get it straight. We'll straighten it up when we put the top on it too. All right. Rib number 2, 3, however you want to look at it here. All right. And the good thing about, like I said, the main things that you want to learn as you put this together, besides where everything goes, is you want to build the hull first. Then you'll build the side pieces. Everything we do on one side, you just reverse and do on the other side, and they all go together. The main thing that you want to watch out for, and there's just a couple of spots where it happens, is sometimes you have a peg that needs to go in and down or in and up at the same time. So you want to make sure, and this is where the dry fitting is important, know the order you need to put it in, which we'll show as we go here, but it just makes it a lot easier to to get it in there. Worst case, if you screw it up, you can always cut the peg off or something like that and just put some extra glue on it. It'll still glue in. I know that as a fact because I did it on the very first one I put together. I ended up cutting 2 or 3 pegs off to make it work. After I was like, oh, wait a minute, I should have done it this way. All right, so we're going to put a little glue on that after that sets. Like so. Okay, now the top, the landing gear goes to the back. Anywhere you see the little Y mark thing, those are where landing gear comes in. So this is the back rear one. This goes on top like so. It sits back a little bit. It goes halfway onto the double one, and it goes over the tops. And then this piece will go in. It's got 2 pieces here, and then it sits in the back here. So I kind of put that on as I put this together. Okay. So this is, I put a little glue everywhere that we need it to go. Now this one up front just goes onto the front half. So we're just going to put just a little on here, like so. This goes on the whole top. So put a little glue here. Then this piece here, I'm going to put just a little on the bottom for now. That way I can drop that, and a little on the top. Sorry. All right, this way this can go in here. And it should hold it there. And then anytime you have multiple pegs, you just have to kind of hold your breath and line it all up. And luckily, that's, if everything's got just a little bit of dry left to it, it'll move around enough to get it where you need it to go. If you're living life well, you'll hit it on the first try. But it all will go, I promise you. Well, he says that, and then it won't go. Okay, those are all in. This one's there. So now we just need to make sure we're all lined up where we need to be. Make sure that's pushed in on the back. This goes, like I said, this goes up halfway. Don't worry if it's just a little crooked, because how long do you think it takes to assemble? I think the last one took me somewhere between 6 and 8 hours. But the first one took me 15, so they're getting better every time. So if you don't watch the whole video today, don't worry. I'm going to cut it down for YouTube and also take still shots out of it. So I was trying to figure earlier the best way to do it, and I was like, I think I'll just kill multiple birds at one time. Okay, so that gets our hull built with its support pieces. This is the top, this is the bottom. Now, let's see, we want to go and get the side panels to put on where the bay doors are here. That pulls us together. So we will find, those are on. Sheet number. I'm kind of dealing with some limited workspace here, so that, okay. All right, so the sides for these are on sheet 5 and 6. And there's these 4 pieces together right here. So we're going to cut those out right quick. Let's see. And these pieces are, these particular ones go either way, so you're not going to There's no need to keep track of them. They are, we'll go on either side. Where you have to start making sure is that you pay attention to the sides is when you start putting the pods onto the side, because they do have to go a certain way. But that's the reason why I'm going to put the nice still photo guide together, where I can type some stuff up on there so it's easier for you to see and not have to follow along on the video. All right. Now these are outside pieces, so you probably want to make sure that you clean them up just a little nicer. Make sure anywhere that their pegs were attached, just give it a little light sand. We kept them small, but it's actually just the prep work that takes the longest. It's just getting them cut out and making sure the pieces are cleaned up. The glue, once you have the piece in hand, it goes pretty quick. So that's where some people may be tempted to break everything out first and then go back afterwards, which you can do. But as long as you keep track of where everything's at, you'll be all right. But if you get everything mixed up, you have to go back and do a little research. That piece had a little more of a hanger on that one. Okay, so main thing on this side is you want to make sure that the on this side the little tab piece goes to the top, or not the tab, but where you see the little mark. And again, these just go on. We'll put a little glue on the back sides of them, like so. Not too thick because I don't want to come squishing out. It doesn't take very much to stick these. Like I said, Elmer's glue or PVA glue, if you want to, soaks right in there. And then just go down through here and both sides, and as you put those in there, you can make sure both sides are straight, and that will straighten your hull up. Because once you got them straight, they'll all lock in there. And I just generally go back and forth while I let one set up while I do the next one. So. Again, like I said, make sure this is to the top of the door, bay, hatch, however you want to call it. Okay. Next are the middle pieces. These are all the very same. There is no top or bottom, so you are good to go here. Have fun, James. But you can see as the hatch door proceeds here. You're like, oh, he's hardly putting any glue on there. But like I said, once this stuff, it soaks in, and once it sets, it's good stuff. Just kind of squeeze the sides. And like I said, that this will pull the hull all straight. Now, when you put the one on the bottom, make sure that that same deal is to the bottom. So, the bottom of the door. Okay, so we're going to go back out here and put the bottom on. Get a little glue come out and wipe it up a little bit. Having a damp paper towel is not always a bad thing. You want it just moist because you don't want it to be able to soak the water into the. Once these are sealed up with paint or whatever, they're not nearly as. You don't have to be as careful with them, but right now anywhere you get water on them, just like it soaks up the glue, it will soak up the water. All right. But once these guys are in there, this dude's solid. All right. And once you get yours and you're trying to put together, if you have a question, just let me know. I'm pretty easy to get a hold of. All right. So there's our hatches on the side. Okay. We'll let that dry for a second. While we're doing that, we're going to get ready to build the cockpit. We go back to sheet 1 here, and a lot of the pieces that we need are all here for the cockpit. So those include basically every big piece on here is part of the cockpit, other than this is the back hatch and the back bay that goes over the back hatch. So these two pieces you're not going to need right yet, but we do need, this is a hull wall that goes in between. We've got two of the sides, bottom. This is part of the cockpit as it goes down, and this part goes up. This is the part of the front hull. So we'll cut all these out now. And get them all prepared, because the more we've got ready for this, the easier it goes together. Okay, that piece. Then we need this piece. Okay, there's one more there. This is probably the trickiest part, putting the top of the cockpit together, and and then when you're putting the pods on the corners, sometimes you got to hold your breath and hold your tongue just in the right place. So there's that part there. All right, then we have this part. And then we've got this part. I can already hear everybody screaming, "What the hell was he thinking when he built this thing?" And that part there, this part of the side. goes the other side right there. Okay, then the bulkhead wall here with all the little squares, because all kinds of stuff have to hook up to it. All right. Now, so after you got all those big pieces out, you will also look and you will see there's 8 total pieces that are kind of shaped. They get bigger from smaller, but they have a back peg and a front peg. I believe they're all on sheet 1. Might have went on to sheet 2. I don't believe so, but you'll need, there should be 8 of those total. So there's that one that fell out. Then we've got this one here. These are the top part of the cockpit. This is, like I said, this is probably the trickiest part when we go, we'll see when we go to putting those on there. There's that one, there's one there. Then most of the parts that are left are the landing gear parts that are kind of mixed in everywhere. And the back. Oh, piece falling off there. I'll get to that later. All right. Sometimes I lose where the slot is there. Okay. All right, I believe that should be all 8 parts. 2, 4. And there's no technically a front or a back on this, but they are opposite. So if you want to try to get the burnt side, where you see the little, where the beam was cut out, the little things like that, I always try to get those onto the inside. So make sure when you're putting it together, take that into account. It really doesn't matter. Probably when you paint it, you'll never see it. I just be a little anal retentive about it, and that's the way I do it. Sorry, I don't have any fancy background music or anything, but since I'm gonna take the audio out of this and redo for the YouTube video, I didn't think it really mattered. Because I figured it'd be mainly most of me talking to myself. Okay, so we want to bust out all the little holes out of the bulkhead door, like so. And then we need this piece here. You'll see there's none up here. This is the front of this. So you'll see how that goes on there here in just a second. So that's the piece we need to go. Okay. So on the bulkhead door again, this part will all be covered. This is going to go up here on the front end, like so. and then this piece goes in and locks that in and holds that together. Like so, here in a second, as we put it together. I believe that's all that it needs. All right. So we're going to put a little glue on the bottom of this here. Main thing is, and you want to make sure that these are going to the top. Okay. Let's put a little glue on the bottom of that. We're going to put a little glue here. And then we are going to put a little glue. Oh, I have a peg there. Make sure we get all those out. Actually, we can put it on this one here. We'll put it a little on top here. It'll be easier to control it there. Okay, so hopefully I'm still doing this in the right order. All right, so that fits right up under there. This fits onto that. And then these notches will go in there. And that completes the top of the, unless he pulls it apart. Don't worry if you have just a little bit of a line here, because the irregulars and cuttings or something that may have just a little bit. This gets covered up by a trim piece with the mat board, so as long as it's on there square, it's all good to go. Okay, so we're going to let that dry for a minute. Oh, there's one other piece that we do need. I believe that's on the very last page, because it kind of had to get fitted in somewhere. All right. Oh, pieces are falling out here. Crash, bang, boom. Okay. Page 9 is basically the missile pods, but there's this piece right here that you need. This is the front support for the cockpit. Kind of the rib, I guess, is because it's got to go in. Because this is one of those pieces that I was talking about earlier. All right, I'm gonna pull that back off because it's got a peg. It's got pegs that have to go in. It has a peg that has to go up. So we need to do these in the right order. So this needs to glue in here first. Good thing I remembered about that. And like I said, as long as you think of it as you go, this stuff will pull apart for a little bit before it sets up. All right, so this goes in here like this, like so. We're gonna put a drop of glue here. Now, this goes back on there, and again, that way those pegs go in, then this goes on the top to lock it in there. Now you're gonna move it just a little bit to adjust it. All right, now we're in like Flynn, and that straightens it up. So, because like I said, if you were trying to go in and up, it just doesn't work. So this way, these are locked, it's locked in, it keeps it nice and straight. And this will form the rib for the front pieces to sit on. All right, so here comes the tricky part, he says. Yes, there's a tricky part. Let's see here. We need... Let's see. These parts go this. So what happens is these going from... Oh, and then he pulls it apart. All right. Everybody's like, oh. That's what he gets. Get in a hurry. So while that finishes drying, we will discuss our theory here a little bit on these parts. So one of the drawbacks with the MDF is it's very hard to do curves and so forth. So sometimes you have to cheat to get a look. If it's something that you're very used to seeing round, hey, that doesn't look very good. But because of all the weird angles and trying to get on there, we had to kind of decide that we had to make changes for certain things. So, and what happens is this goes down. These pegs form the side, and so again, we've got where we're doing ins and outs here. Okay, so you just have to kind of hold your breath and get it right. The first two that go on are the two small pieces. They're the little small. They have a little smaller tab, and they go up here in the very top, like so. And then these hold on this piece here. Now you'll look at this and you'll see the slope. It slopes down a little bit. The bottom of the slope goes down. As we go down, it pinches in. So once those two pieces are on, then you can come back and put this piece on the top. So we're going to go ahead and glue these in. And like I said, you're probably going to knock them out. You're probably going to, I guess, pay attention where the glue is going. And you may have to try it 2 or 3 times. Just stick with it. It goes. All right, burn side in. So this is going to go here. And as long as you get it all going, and while it's still just a little wet, you'll be able to move it around. You don't want to let it get too set, because if it's not straight, you're going to have to bust it loose to come back and do there. All right, so we're going to get that peg in, like so. We got a little bit of a glue that come out the edge. This, and you really won't see this, but you just know it's in there. Come on, there you went in there. Okay, so on this piece, I want to put the glue on here. We'll put a little on either side of the hole, because that's the only places that's going to touch. All right, we'll let that set just for a second. But this is going to go on here like this. It's going to bam, 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 these 3. So I just try to hold it and line it up. Because if the 2 outsides, and this is again where you got to kind of like so. Turn it upside down here now. You can kind of get an idea of where that's all going in there. Voila. Got a little bit of glue hiding there. All right, so we're gonna let that set up for a little bit. So what'll end up happening then is you just kind of come down and do the other sides. But these all go in at once into, this is the cockpit with the deals here. Knock those out. Okay, so you have this. These are the windows. Everything else is where slots are going to go in. These pieces slot in. Bam, bam, bam. Now, I talked earlier about covering windows or whatever like this. On this particular one, I'm just going to fill these in. So I've just took a pair of scissors and cut some cardboard here, some white mat, and I'm just going to glue these over the windows. You want to make sure that you're not covering up the where pegs are going to go. So we're just going to put a little bit of glue here. And what this will do, this will cover these up, and then when I paint it, primer it, I'll go back in and do something with the windows. Again, you can use clear acrylic. You can use, it's just take into account that whatever you put on there, you know, when, especially after you, because once it's in there, and you're going to have to come back and paint it, and you might not be able to tape those off. So, but this way I've got them filled in, so that when I go back and paint it later on, I'll just be able to. Probably what I'll do first is primer it, and then come back and spray whatever color I want my glasses, windows, or whatever, and then clip back over it. So, or you can, like I said, you can use clear plastic and put lights, or there's a multitude of things that you could do here. Just know that whole middle hole is a peg, so don't cover it up. You have plenty of room for everything to move in there. And it doesn't hurt for them to stick out like that, because that'll all be on the inside. Anyway, so that covers my inside windows up for now. Sure, I got all my glue. Now, what I did on this one, when I did them, again, because you've got pegs that are going this way and this way. So what I ended up doing was I glued the pegs in here, and then, now let's see, I need that to be that. So those sit on those like so. Okay, so I think, and you just go from, you've got the smallest one up there. So these are the next size. These are the next size here, and these are the next size here. All right. Hardest part of the model, I swear. You get these in, it's smooth sailing from here. Those needed to be, let me make sure. I'm going to get in the way. These are the side pieces, so these go in here like so. I'm wondering if I put those on first. Nothing will get in the way, and that might give me a little extra support. That goes on the bottom. Make sure I got nothing that goes in and out at the same time. Don't believe so. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's put our sides on here first. We're learning as we go again. You would think you would already remember this. If only he had an assembly guide, right? How easier it would be. It doesn't always what makes sense on the computer when you're designing this, doesn't always. Now on this one, the straight edge goes to the top. And they just fit in there like so. Okay. So we're going to put a little glue on the back. These actually have details on them, so you want to make sure you get these in the right order. That one goes in here. So now hold there for a minute, hopefully, until we get a piece on it to lock it all in. Then this piece is what locks this in. And again, the slope goes to the down, and this just goes across there like so. So we're going to put a little glue on the top edge like so. And we're going to glue that on here. Oh, put a little glue in this piece since it's going to sit on here. All right. It's going to hold up. Okay. So those fit on those. As long as you kind of push down, they'll straighten themselves up. Here, like so. As long as those flats are up against the back of the deal, it's straight. So that's what you're looking for there. Slope down. All right, so now what I can do is now I've got those in there, I can use, because the bottom edge of this sits up against that piece. So I can put a little glue on the back and then just a little bit of glue on the very bottom, just little tabs like so. And I'm probably rushing, so sorry. Put a little glue on this. This front part goes underneath that panel that we just put on there. Put a little glue there. All right, so then I can go ahead and slap that in there like so, get it up underneath that, lean it up against there. There we go, like so. The worst part about it was so hard to try to figure out how to do this. I had 2 or 3 designs, but it's so hard to see this after it's already done that it's I just kind of went with this look, and as long as you push that all the way in there and pull it down, it all goes against where it's supposed to go, and it'll stay straight. Like so. So it's just kind of a trade-off on the deal, but now each piece builds up and the bottom edge fits on the other piece. So by doing it this way, it kind of, everything kind of helps hold on to itself. Try to put a little less on there this time. Okay. I'm trying to stay on camera. Movie star, I am not. Like, oh, you're missing your point. That goes in the hole. That pushes up. This pushes there. All the way against the back. That way that pushes up. And then clean up the glue. The main reason you want to clean up that glue is because Elmer's glue, while it dries clear, if there's a little tab of glue, it will be raised. So I'm not as worried about smearing it a little bit out, because that way when I put primer, it'll take care of all that. Okay. So we just have those last two pieces to put on in between it. So we're going to let this dry just a little bit longer so that it's time to set up, because it's all nice and square and straight, and we don't want to mess it up. Okay, but while we're doing that, we can put some pieces up here on the front. We have this piece here. This goes up on this is the very tip of the ship. Be careful with these because they are thin, so you can break these tabs off if you get too crazy. But that just fits on here. There is no upper bottom, I don't believe so. I think it's the same no matter what. I tried to put little marks on them if they're to keep track if there's a bottom or not. So, but no, they're the same. Okay. All right, so we'll put a little glue on the ends here. All right, that goes on here. Like so. All right, and then we have the very bottom, which is this piece here. And it goes, let's see, we'll double check my original. It's down here. All right, it goes with the little hatch mark, the hatch handle down. So this little mark here that you see goes to the downside. So that goes towards the back of the ship, like so. Then we'll just put some glue in here. So here. And this should just slip right on there, he says. And you could do this first and then put this piece on up here either way. It might, it slips right behind there. Use a little extra of the glue on too there. All right. We're getting there. We almost have a cockpit. All right, so we'll come back here and go with the next size up. Burnt side in. We're going to put a little glue on the end here. Like so. We're going to put just a dab of glue on the bottom where it's going to touch that other one. And push it in there because they build out. So you just have another hole. Voila. And make sure it's pushed up against the, and you'll see how those line up. There's an angle there. So as long as you've got that angle straight, like so, you're good to go. And then the last piece is actually a bigger piece widthwise. So it goes down quite a bit more as far as the way it covers. So on it, because it's going to slip in there, it goes, we have a little glue up here. Then it's going to have a little glue on the inside bottom to go over the one that it's at. And then just a little dab up here on the top outside because it's going to go underneath that first one that we put in there. And again, it just slides in here like so, he says. Maybe. Everything is relatively straight. It will go. That one's moving on me just a little bit because it was not totally dry. Okay. So now we'll straighten these all up since they're not totally 100% set. Use my angle to make sure I've got it this way. Clean my glue up. And you might find a better way that works for you to do this. This is just the way I've done them, sort of. It works. It can be a little tedious, but it all goes in there. As long as it's pushed up into the hole and you've got that angle where the piece is going to go on, you'll be good to go. And like I said, most of this is going to be almost impossible to see once the sides go on, but it's just the way I did it. All right, do this one again, take that piece. This one we're just going to go because we know it's going to have to move a little when I put that other one in there. We're just going to do the reverse here. You can see where the hole is. It would help if you're not blind. Oh. So then this one, again, we're going to pull glue on the end. Oh, a little bit of dried glue trying to come off on there. All right, glue on the deal. Then it's going to have a little on the top outside and a little on the bottom inside. And then we'll just slide that dude right in there and hit the hole and call her good. All right. Now, make sure my angle is good. Clean up my glue. I think I'm pretty good there. So that's how those two pieces go on. Like that. That gives us kind of a tilted edge, sort of. Now, this part's the trickiest part. You want to make sure you do it before everything's totally set up, because you have to hit several holes. Oh, I take that back. That middle hole is not. That is a window. Okay, so let me put a tab over that. That's right. I changed that. Scissors, 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 scissors. So I'm going to cover up the bottom hole. Yeah, because it's a smaller hole. That's right. So I'm just going to cut enough of a piece of a cardboard to go over it in between what I already did, like so. Okay. That's right. That's the, because there was a tab there and it just looked funny between the windows. So I took the tab out and made the hole into an extra window that went in between. So that's actually part of the window. So we've got 7 tabs total that we've got to hit, but we can do it. We have the technology. So I'll put just a little glue on either side of the holes, like so. This big hole is for a sensor thing that we'll put on later, but it doesn't have to be done right now. Okay. And if you're living right, it all ought to go together. It should have just enough of a little bit of a almost there. Like I said, I try to do these while it's still just a little bit. And so if I need to push a little bit, it'll all lock in. But it's got a little bit of give to it too, so that's I put in a little extra room for the where lots of pegs were going to go, but make sure those are just pushed up in there to the bottom, like so. You should be good. Once you see all these are nice and flat up here, it's all good to go. Okay. Those are those. That's all your cockpit area there. So now you got the basic of the hall and the cockpit all put together now. Like so. So this way, make sure everybody gets a good view of where everything is at. So as you're putting yours together, you will see what you need to see. Okay. That puts that together. Now it's time to start building the pods. And we'll build each pod and it goes on. the first one I tried, I built the wall and then built the pod onto it, and it really didn't work out very well. So there's only 4 here and 3 back here that you have to hit. So I found it much easier to build the pod. We'll just set that to the side. That way that'll set for a while. And then we will go into our next pieces here. All right, because that finishes up with 1 and 2 for now. And then the first pod is going to be sheet 3. Those will be of the front pod there. 4 and 3 are the 2 front pods as pieces come falling out. Okay. This up here for a minute. All right. Everything on here is for the front pods. Other than there's some engine nacelles that are there, and that's part of the landing gear. But I believe that's everything else. This is for the exhaust ports on the bottom. Actually, I think, yeah, because there's the bottom. I was going to say, that's the bottom that fell out there. All right, so we want to pop all this out other than, so we'll need everything other than engine nacelles. I wouldn't bother with the thrust pods. Those can be done at the end. So. Sometimes it just likes to pop, and sometimes it doesn't. Set that to the side. We'll get that later. All right. Then we need, these are our corners. All right. And then that'll leave, like I said, that'll leave the thrust pod and the engine nacelle pieces. We don't need those right now, so we'll set those to the end. This can pop out. This is trash. Put that to the side. These are part of the engine. Those are the other sides, the thrust pods. So cut those out. Put those up there with our engines. Pods there. Okay, so this will be, if you're sitting in the cockpit, this will be the left side. The angle here goes to the outside. So this is bottom. Again, you see where the front landing gear goes. This here is where the thrust pod goes on. Again, you don't have to do it till the end. So you don't have to worry about it right now. And because you have to build 4 of those and then slap them on. All right, looks like everything came out pretty good there. These are the inside front. This will basically cover up all the work that we just did. Okay. And it can only go on there one way. So let me make sure here. Make sure I get this right. Let me get all these cleaned up. I'll make sure I got them. In the right order. I'm missing a piece here. I should have a back part of my pod. Did that end up on another sheet? Yes. We need, oh, I think, how did we get those all backwards? All right, so we need this piece. These are off sheet 5 and 6. These are part of the front pod. Just only so much room that you can get to. Need those, and we need these pieces here. These are the front intake. And you're probably wondering, hey, why didn't he number all those pieces? The problem is, had we numbered all the pieces on here, the build time for cutting these out would have went up exponentially. By the time it cuts all those numbers, and then we need this piece too. This is the top of the front pods. So that's why they're not numbered. Very rarely will you see kits numbered with MDF unless it's small parts or something like that, because it's just so hard to try to keep them the extra time it takes to cut those out. Okay, so this is the top. This is the bottom. Like so. This piece is supposed to go on here like this, but that's too. But that's that side there. I think I've got my pieces reversed, because we want this to be, these go to the top, the two pegs here, like so. Okay, and then the points go out to, so I think I've got the reverse, the wrong bottom and the top. Okay, so let me get the other bottom and top. I'll be just getting in the wrong order. Because this side goes to the inside. So this faces into the cockpit. So, and then the doors go to the top. So this is actually the right side inside, which would go here. And then all right. That's inside there. So that goes in here. This goes on that way. Yeah, so I've got the wrong top and bottom for this piece. So we'll set those aside. those are both bottoms. I'm sorry. There's that. This goes upside down, facing out, like that. Okay, so I need the other top. It'll be much better when it's video, when it's all edited, and it's just pictures, right? Just keep telling yourself that. Oh, if only we could be big and official. I can't even tell you the number of hats I've had to wear this weekend with all this stuff. It'll be nice when everybody can get back to normal. I can have people in the shop again. Okay, so this is the outside top to the right. Then this goes inside like so. So this would go on here like this. And then that piece goes to the bottom with this corner out. All right, so now we're cooking with fire. So this is one of those where you have to be you got to put these together in a certain order. These pieces are the same, these don't matter. Some of these are all the same, so it doesn't matter which way they go. But this goes down to the back. Okay, so that piece needs to be. So we've got some of those where things have to go in a certain order or everything, because you got some pegs that go in, some pegs that go out. So you got to do everything at one time so that when you start taking these all down, it all pegs together. So what I did on these, this piece goes to the front here. These goes into the middle. And then the other bottom, or the back part here, that's for this side. This goes to the back of the pod. This is the back wall that faces in towards the cargo doors, the side cargo doors. And the little fueling disc or whatever that is goes to the back. So these will all go in here like so. And then the back goes on there. And once you've got the back on there, then you're in like Flynn. So we're going to glue these to the bottom first. And hold our breath, collective breath, make sure we're so this goes on here, and we just have to be quick about it. Because we will. Let's see. Let's do the centers first because they hold up on their own. Okay, that's that there. Okay, and then I'm going to put a little glue on the top here and bottom, or bottom and top. I'm going to set that there because it's got. We're going to hold it, then we're going to put a little glue on top here. And we're going to come back over here to this piece, and set that back in there. And put a little glue on the top. And then we're going to put the top on. And again, this will just fit on here like so. I think this will work this way. This should lock all this together like so. Then I can come in here and put this in. So this is going to have, it needs glue in between these. So, and then these slip on the inside. So these will actually go, put just a little glue on the top and bottom. And again, you can put these in, you know, if you rather, it's just, you got to make sure that when you've got multiple pegs from different directions, everything's got to be, you got to go at one time. You can't have them try to go two different directions. Let's try it this way, see if we can set her down in there. All right. Glue spilled there. All right, so basically you're building a box. So that's what this is. So once you've got, you can either do these pieces and go into the back and then put top and bottom, or do like I did there. But once you got all those together, I believe that all goes the way it needs to go. Okay. Now, well, we're going to let that dry. These pieces here are another one of those where we got to glue. There, it's a double piece. So we need to glue these together and give these time to set up, because we want those good and solid here in just a little bit. So set them down. Make sure you get them all lined up. Get them flat together and set that to the side. Let that dry. All right. This piece just slides in here like so. So we're going to slip that in. And again, this is another one of those parts that it should go in either way. It's either side, because they're all built the same. Okay, so that goes on there like that. Now we need to make sure the these go, this here, the intake, the wide piece goes to the outside. So, and it's got to line up with our, yeah. So you want this goes to the outside, and then this top, the thin part, goes to the outside. So you'll see where the lines line up. So we're going to stick that piece on there right quick, where everything is totally set up. Because remember, this is the outside. This will be the right side as you're sitting in the cockpit. All right. That goes like so. And then this piece goes on. Again, you want to make sure all your lines are in the right direction. You got thin sides on this line here, the little sides on the outside, so that goes there. Locks that together. Okay. All right, and then the side hulls go, I think these might be the sides here. Need to turn my, working in reverse what I wanted to work. Yeah, so this goes on the bottom of this here. And again, you want to make sure your lines are lined. I think it can go either way, but you want to, yeah, it's got to go this way for the lines to line up. So you'll need to pay attention to it to make sure your lines are lining up. And if it helps, this part here that's around that goes to the top. But these, you want to hit all those holes there, start in the middle, and then work your way out. Okay. Then this piece, again, goes this goes to the top. I think this is backwards. Let me get this other side piece from this other sheet. Not sure. I guess because I had some pieces fall out. I guess that's the reason why I was. Because all the pieces for each side are on the same sheet with the same pieces. They're not mixed and matched. So I must have, in my haste talking, I didn't pay attention to which, because I put these squares here always go to the top. That's the reason they're on there, is to show you which side is up. So those on here. Let's center it and then push her down on there. Okay, so there's our pod other than our corner. We're going to do our corner here in just a second. This just stays open. This is, like I said, if you end up needing spots to put batteries, wires, that's kind of what I looked at this. Is, if you had to cut something out here to put a switch and then have your, because those exhaust things fit in there pretty snug. So you could actually leave one of those off, maybe put your switch here or something like that so that you can pull it off and put it on. Start your batteries inside one of the side pods or something like that. So either of those will work. Now, to put our corners on, These pieces are all the same, so it doesn't matter which ones you get. But what happens here is because we have this weird angle, and to keep from having 20 pieces, I kind of got a way that we put it together, and it's worked well. It seems solid, so I went ahead and went with it. Even though the sides aren't connected, because this piece here that we glued earlier that we doubled up, this sits down in here like so. So we're going to glue it on the top here like so, and on the bottom. Probably could have got those a little straighter. I might have hit them when I was moving them. And they fit into this double slot here, like so. And it should be a pretty snug fit because we don't want it to. And then kind of make sure that this is flat on the top, like so. But because it's a double thickness and it goes into that double slot, it keeps it pretty straight on there. And then we'll let that set for a little bit, but all you end up doing is just gluing down the center and slipping those on. And then these support up against that edge. There's really nowhere to glue it, but it's all good. So I'll put a little glue just down the center. Hold your tongue right and slip them on there, like so. Or you can glue, if you want to just glue here, you can too. You can get a little heavier with the glue there too, because all that's not going to show up. And there it is. There's your first pod. Voila. And then you'll just do the exact same thing for the other side. Now, what we ended up doing is after we did the first one, everybody was like, hey, what if we want to add a little bit of dirt on there, or glue. Oh, that'll cover up when we paint it. Okay, so we made all those different turrets in the last Kickstarter that we sell. There's the gun, the rockets, and the guided missile. So a couple of people asked about, hey, what if we want to attach those to it? Is there something that we can do that? So what I went back and did is it's two different ways that you can do it. Well, I guess even three ways if you don't want to make it permanent. So these circles here on the top and the bottom, and there's one on the back pod, these are gun emplacements, weapons or whatever, that doors open up, whatever, pop up. If you want to. So if you want to leave them just like that, like they're closed, and you don't want anything up there, if you're not going to never do those, you can. Or if you want to, you can. We added these here, these circles here, and these are scaled so that the weapon emplacements from the last Kickstarter that we sell will fit in here. So you can either go ahead, and I wouldn't do it right now, this is something that can wait till the very end. So those can be glued on there, and then you'll be able to drop one of the turrets in there and glue it or whatever you want to do like that. If you want those like that or like that, or you can just leave them off and paint them up, and then if you want to set them on there, you can as well. So that's what those are for. So there's three ways you can set them up. You can either make them not there, glue them on, make them permanent, or just set them on there if you want to with the gun. The one that I've got, I glued them on there already. But you can do it however you want to do. So we'll set those to the side for now. All right. So now this pod needs to go on here. So what we need to do is you've got one in the bottom, one in the side, and two in the top. That these all go together. So what I do is I put a little glue around on the edge here towards the bottom part of it so it doesn't go up nearly as high. Like here. Now, this inside bulkhead here will go up against it too, so put a little glue on it there. Won't hurt it. Okay. Again, make sure your turrets, your nuts to the top, your landing gears to the bottom, and then you just have to, again, hold your tongue just right and line them up. And everything, unless he slips, should go right in there. He says. I tried to cut down on the number of pins. There you go. And then just push that in there tight. Like so. Now this does stick down a little bit here, but that's part of what it's supposed to do that, so don't worry about that. But that's your first pod goes on there, like so. It fits up in there all nice and neat and tight. Voila. Okay? All right, so let's build the back pod now. We'll set those off to the side. We don't need those right now. And those, the back pods are on the next two pages. Let's make sure this time we've got the right side that we're working from. Okay, so that goes to the inside, so this is that side. Okay, so this goes here, or no, this goes to, these go to the outside. No, they go to the inside. Those are the inside ones. Stay with me, Maverick. Stay with me. Goose. Stay with me, Goose. Okay. Yeah, because pods are... these go to the back. Like so. All right. So this is the right side. These ports go down. This goes to the inside. That piece. Okay, we need this piece. These are parts of the back here. All right, so that gets those. All that leaves. This is part for the launchers. We need that part. This is part of the top here. Where are we hooked up at? And then this is part of the landing gear and some trim pieces. So we're done with that for now. Those we can set aside. All right. And then also we've got sheet 7 and 8 has the other parts of it. Okay. All right, so I think this is the one that we need. It is right to begin with. Okay. Make sure if this comes apart or whatever like that, don't throw them away because those got landing gear parts on them there. And a lot of this is just like we just did. So, it's basically the same thing that we did. It's just a little different way of going about it with the back pods, a little different shape. Okay, and then we got some pieces on there that we'll come back to. Okay, so this is the bottom. This will be the where the back thruster goes. In the end, the narrow side goes to the front. So this is this here is the closer side, so it goes to the front. So it goes like so. And then it has this is the back part. This is where the engines are. Those will go in here eventually. Okay, and then we have these parts which go to the inside. These are the insides of the launcher bay. That comes out. We'll need that for later. Okay, so that the engine goes out. This part goes to the inside so that you can see this. I don't know, maybe in the putting all this together I got crap backwards. I don't know. Okay, because I don't think that's the stuff gets moved around and I forget about it. All right. And it goes to falling apart. Okay, so then this goes in reverse and goes on the inside, so. And then we have this back part, which goes, all right, what do I do with the other one? Okay, and this will go, this goes to the bottom here, and then this goes in like so. So again, we're dealing with the whole, we have ins and outs. So we need to make sure that this all goes in the right order. like so. That gets us all our engines in out. All right, so this one needed to be, let me make sure I've got. Now this one's kind of funny because this one's backwards. So this, you want the plain side to the inside because this will be the inside of the what you see on the back side. So it all goes in there. It slips in and goes onto the end. All right. So I think we're better off. I am so backwards. I apologize. I get turned around here. Okay, so I've got the wrong bottom piece. That's basically what I've got. The vent goes to the outside. All right, because we need this, because this goes in here like that. So this is the wrong one. Backwards on it too. Just keep it up. We're on a roll. All right, clean this one up. Okay, so this one, little side goes to the front, but those holes go to the back. Okay, like that, because this has to go in here like this. Okay, but because we are dealing again with pegs in and out, it makes it very hard to do that. So what we are going to do is get a piece together here, and that holds all that together. And then, though that's an outside piece, so we want the top with corner. Do. Oh, I guess I better not hum or I'll get in trouble with the people you're not supposed to sing their songs. All right. Now, where's the other? That's not the turret piece we need. We need. One of the problems I'm having here is the ones that I grabbed to build this ship out of were ones that had popped loose while we were building. And so some of the pieces have fallen out on me. And so I've got that, you know, where I told you earlier about taking all the parts out. I have that to some extent. So that's the reason I'm having trouble here finding the right part. Because I should have another set of these. This right here is what I'm looking for. All right. So this one here, we can go in here and set these in here like so to get our because we've got those and then we've got the two inside curves like so. So what we need to do is look at those, We have that. All right, so he's going in. We're going to throw some glue down here and see if we live to regret it. Oh, because there's, yeah, wait a minute. Because there's the pieces that go in here have to go in first. Yeah, I think we've got to build this piece here. Okay, so it has this piece. Because this has to go together like so. And then it's got a piece that goes into the bottom of it, which are this piece here. All right, so this is more of that. It's got to go in a certain order or it ain't going to go together. Okay, so we're going to glue this piece here in here. Then we're going to come in here and glue this piece in here. Like so, and set it down in there. And then we're going to clean our spot up just a little bit there. Okay. Then that will let this piece go on here. We're going to slide down on there. Okay, so that gives us our inside of our bay here for our missile pod. All right. Then this can go in here. Because that's backside, inside. So this will go in here. We think we're ready to put this on there. We will find out. And don't worry about, these are just cutaway spots. Again, if you got to run something through there, great. If not, they're just spots we use to hold on to some parts. The good thing is these all start going together. They lock together and they hold themselves together very nicely. Okay, so now this can go on here. This can go on here. Like that, and we can use this piece to hold everything together. Okay, so we're going to put a little glue on the bottom of here. So try to keep it to the back edge. That way it doesn't squeeze out as much, but I'm not always totally successful. All right, so we're going to just set that in there for now. Kind of lean it there. Then we're going to take it and do the same thing over here. I'm just going to let that lean for a minute. And then we're going to put glue on the tops of all this. This is where, if you are Doc Oct and have lots of extra arms, you're much better off. Or you could ask your significant other, hey, honey, come here and hold this. All right. Then just line these up, and I just start on one end and work my way down. Oh, and then he drops it. You know, you gotta love live TV, right? All right, everybody get back on there. You know where to go. You're already there. Okay. Just trying to clean up a little glue and hold everything at one time. So we'll hold this for a second. Do, do, do. I have a feeling it's going to be a long week. All right, how did you put that together? Well, we're tricky that way. I have to develop a style of how to make directions for this stuff. Not always the easiest. I had hoped that I could take the original file that I built in the 3D program and kind of explode it out and show parts as it went in, but things changed from after it went from that program into the detail that we put the lines on, so it's not 100% the same. So I thought that would be major confusing. Okay, so that's that. Now this thing's ready to go ahead and put the other side pieces on. So these can only kind of go one way. So voila, like so. So put a little on the edges here. Mm-hmm. That goes on there, like so. Hopefully I haven't forgotten anything. We will know soon enough, won't we? Okay, because then this goes on here, and remember this goes out so that that those pieces, you want this to be able to be seen, because this goes to the inside of the ship. So what we're going to do here now is we're going to go ahead and see if we can line this dude up. And this goes to the, let's make sure I've got my angle right here. That's the back of the ship. Yeah, so this goes like so. So everything goes on the outside. Okay, so we're going to put some glue on here. For the inside parts. Now this will actually go down in here, so we're going to put a little on the top here. But because it's notched out where it'll slide in, you don't have to worry about the hole only go one way. All right, so now we're just going to put this in here and move it just a little bit to make sure we got it adjusted right. Okay. Because this goes to the outside like this, even though this goes to the inside of the ship, because you'll be able to see this, and then we build this pod here that will cover up the other parts of it. Now these long slots here are for the bay door on the back and the cover on there. After you get one mounted, when you mount the next one, you have to have those in between, so which we'll get to here in a minute and we'll show you. Now at this point it's ready to mount. You could actually mount it if you wanted to. I'm going to go ahead and finish putting the back together just so that I don't have to handle it as much. This piece here, the bay door or the hatch goes to the top, like those. So we're going to go ahead and then I'm going to have to go back and check it and make sure we didn't get stuff reversed. Shouldn't have, everything should have been on the, I think it's just I've got pieces falling off. And now these that we took off earlier here, these actually go on to, and we could probably go ahead and put those in here. These are the support pieces for the insides of the top of the bay doors. I believe they go narrow side down. These, yeah, they go narrow side down, hole out. So let me, oh, that one went in there so well, it doesn't want to come out. Yes, so you've got those two slots there. You've got this piece, hole goes to the outside of the deal. This goes in. So just go ahead and put a little glue on the bottom, like so. Put a little glue on the inside, just where it'll go up against there, and then slide her down in there. Might as well do them while we're here. And when we come back later to finish putting the pods in, they'll be already in there. And this is part of what locks it down. So Let's see, that one, there was it. Narrow side out. So narrow side gets down. We'll glue on the back. And we'll slip those down in there. Okay, because what happens is when we build the pods lock in here, and then there's a piece that slips down on top of it that glues onto these, and that locks the pod in place so that it can't fall out. All right, so now the outside of the hall needs to be the reverse of this, and windows always point to the top. So that's not the right side for this. No, it's not. Okay, so let me grab the other side window here. Clean those up a little bit. So you can see how this window here, and that points to the up. So that tells you which direction it goes. Now, this is another one of those, because it's the way I want to build it. I'm going to put a piece of mat board on it to cover up the windows, because I don't want them to stay open. So I'm going to glue that on there. Glue that piece there. Then I got this piece for this. So I'm going to cover those up right quick. Clean my glue line up just a little bit. All right, so we'll let those set for a second, because this will go, again, because the window points up. This goes to the bottom side of here, like so. Did I get my window all the way covered? Yes, I did. That goes there, and then this piece goes on here, and it goes with the hatch down, so that'll go on here. There's also, as part of my deals, I'm going to take pictures of this thing from every direction, so that should help as well. So you can have it to look at and go, oh, which way goes up? This goes up. All right, so we're going to glue this in here. Like so. And then these glue on here. And like I said, the hatch goes down. So this locks in here. Then this goes on, window pointing up. Got it upside down, but you get the gist. The way the window points is the way it goes up. Oh, let's see, knocks it all loose again. Oh, that's what I get for getting in a hurry. All right, so I'll hold that for a minute and let that get a second to set. All right, and then the bottom piece is this here. And this goes to this can only go one way because to make sure the lines. So you want to make sure your lines line up. They're off centered just enough so that way you know which way it goes. And we'll try to hold this all together this time. So I'm jumping the gun and putting another piece together. All right. So that forms the back part of the deal. Like I said, all your windows are going to point up. Your hatch is on the downside with the vent up here. But that creates our little overlook observation deck, I guess, would be what it would be. All right, so while we got out here, let's put the engine together. Okay, so we go back. We had those earlier pieces on our one of our first pieces that we put together. Side. All right, so we get this here. These pieces here, there you go. These are for the piece that goes up on the front, the sensor that I told you about earlier, so do not lose those. They're just on the one piece, so don't lose that. But we need, for our engines, we've got this piece here. And this is going to go, and then I grabbed the wrong one, of course. Hold that right there and grab the other one. All right, I popped that out already, didn't I? Because I was like, hey, I got the wrong one, but no, I have the right one. Again, it can only go one way, so. Oh. Let's go, let's see. Oh, maybe I had the right one to begin with. I did have the right one to begin with. I'm losing my marbles. Losing my marbles, he says. Okay. So this piece is going to go on here. It's going to cover up that edge, fit it right around that engine port there. So as long as you got these two outside edges here level or flush, you're good to go. Everything will fit. So put a little glue on it. Okay, so we'll cover up, these kind of cover up those back edges where the pegs are, and it kind of frames in all the engine parts here, or I don't know, whatever you want to call them, Grimly pieces, or it helps to make sure too. I'm part of the problem too is I'm cramped trying to stay on the camera and everything where it deal. If you had a little bigger area to spread out, it's a lot easier too. So would help. Okay, so now we can get all of our engine parts together. So you want all these port looking things. And we're just going to assemble both of them that way because it's all the pieces go together. You need this little piece here with the little circle thing in it. All right, so that's all the engine parts there. We need this one. So these we're going to bust out. Start getting rid of some of our mess here. All right. Now we got more parts here. I'm just going to get all our parts together here. Do both engines. Well, we're working on them. Now I can start getting this stuff out of my way. All right, and we'll list these off for now. Stuff's easy to break, so be careful when you go to popping stuff. Okay, there's those pieces there. Where's another engine? Let me see. Here we go. So one of the things I wanted to make sure that I did when I built this, I tried to stay as true to the original Badger design as I could. Obviously, it was more designed for a atmospheric, I don't know, like a APC more, not obviously this big. So it wasn't equipped with these big star drive engines. So I had to come up with something, and with it being MDF, we wanted to have it have some dimension to it, some depth. So the best way to do that in MDF is you have to stack stuff up. Looks like I got a little. One of the reasons too I cut my own sticks like this is because I measured it so that I could fit these slots if I needed to. So these go in here. You'll find handy dandy if you got something that'll fit in there. All right. And all these pieces will go either side, other than we need that other little square piece from one of these. I need one more of those pieces. Need this little piece right here. Should be another one here. Okay, where would that be? Say. I bet it's popped off on here somewhere on a part that I took apart earlier. Oh, there's the one that took off of there. All right, we know you're here somewhere. Come out wherever you are. Make sure I'm not missing it somewhere that I already looked. Hang in there, folks. We'll find it. It's got to be here somewhere. I don't think I popped it out already. Got to be on a part that's come out somewhere. This goes back into that, getting all your parts out too soon. It's not on one that I already tossed. Oh, here it is. I'm staring right at it. All right. Yeah, we've got it. So, to build our engines, what we do here is we start with this part here, and we want to glue on our exhaust. So these go on here, and you're just going to kind of have to make sure you line them all up and keep the edges flush. Because they like to move around a little bit after you get them on there. So do that one, and we'll do this one, and we'll come back. This is the reason I'm doing both of them, because that way I can do one, come back to the other one, let it dry for a second. Come back to it. But this way, this gives your engine some depth, or your exhaust ports depth, rather than just being a design etched into the flat part. And it's a little bit of a pain, you know, anytime you're gluing pieces and stacking them, but I think that it makes for a much better effect at the end. That Elmer's glue likes to slip a little bit till it starts setting up. Okay. And come back here, and now these little circles pieces here go on the outside. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's why I told her I'm like, oh, you know what? If this is your first MDF kit, I'm sorry. But yeah, you got to put the things together, unfortunately. All right, let that sit. I'll glue these on here. Well, and like I told everybody, basically what I'm kind of doing here is um, I just I wanted to film this today. I'm going to go through it and cut and edit it down and make it a nice shorter YouTube video, and then also take screenshots um, as I went along so that I can put together kind of an assembly guide for it. So I know it seems a little disjointed right now, but that's what happens when you just sit down to do something. But I figured I was going to try this first, that this would be the easier way to try to do it. All right, so those are all put together. It's all assembly required. Yes, exactly. And so this piece here then slips down into the middle. So just put a little glue on the bottom edge, on the bottom in here. And this is just a little accent that slips in here. You want to kind of center it so that and make sure it's straight. Make sure it goes in there. There it goes. It's like, why are you not straightening up for me? I like to put it in there and then push it up against the top. That way it's in there straight and flat. Like so. So that'll be your engine pods, and then you can come in here and just glue this right on top of the line. And you want to make sure when you glue this down that you try to get inside the line, because this is designed for the bottom of these to go across the edge a little bit to kind of hide that. So make sure if you can stay with the line, you'll get that effect. Just like that. So that gets us our engine assembly. All right, I'm gonna put this other one together right quick while that's drying, because now it's getting to be time to hook that baby up. Timber. Blind and fumbled fingered. What the heck is that guy doing? And again, I just set that down in that slot, go all the way to the bottom, and then push it up against the top edge there. That would keep it straight. And then when you glue that, just make sure that that's point to the top or to the bottom. It can go either way, but that whichever way you did the first one, make sure they're the same. Okay, so we'll set that to the side when we come back and do the other side. That'll go there. Okay, give that a second to dry still, because we are ready to attach that to our ship. So we've got front corner on. We've got the hall built. We've got the sides here. Right now we don't have to worry about the back door until we put the other side on. So at this point, all we've got to do is line up 3 holes, hold our breath, and go. All right, so this is going to have glue on either side of the holes. So we got glue here. And then this top edge here. Don't be too worried about it. Most of that's all going to be covered up. Okay. And then I'll line it up and, like I said, hold your breath. Ooh, that's a good sound. That means it's snug. All right. And again, this edge here sticks down a little bit, so don't worry about that. Those slip all the way over. And we'll cover that up here in a second. But that gets our next pod together. And like I said, you just do the exact same thing in reverse and do the other side. This has this little assembly door here that goes on. This goes to the front of the ship. So we're going to stick it on, and that covers up our pieces there. Like I said, little side, just you match the center one there. So that goes in there and covers that up. All right. Remember that this small edge goes to the front here, just like this is the small edge to the back. Yeah, it's too bad we don't have the mirror button on this for sure. On the top piece, the turret ring goes to the front. These only can go one way, so you'll see how those go. Exhaust intake goes there on the bottom corner. It's cut out. Engine, windows, all point to the top. Okay? All right, so now we get to do it all again. The good thing, though, is now we know we have all the right pieces since we've already used the other side. All right, so let's see, which one should we build? Let's build. That's that's all missile stuff. It's all detailed. Don't need that one. That's the bay door landing gear. We don't need that one here. Okay. So let's get our front together here. And we'll do it again, and you can either fast forward or I guess you can't fast forward right now while it's live, but come back in a little bit and we're going to get these two parts together. So we're going to get all of our fronts. All right, those are missile par, those. Here's the rest of our front pieces. But you can watch it all again if you want to. That way you'll go, hey, now I know what he's doing. Yeah, it makes sense. That ring is part of the landing gear, so we'll pop it out till we need it later. Get rid of this. That's just junk. Junk in the trunk. And these are the panels. And then our front panel corners here. And these pieces. And this is more exhaust port pieces, so we'll set those aside and get rid of this actually. It is, I mean, it's, when you have it all where you can spread it out, it's a lot easier to. Working in such a tight spot here has not been very conducive to what I'm doing. But we'll get through it. Get all my back pieces together here. Bury that. This is part of the, this is the piece that covers up to hold your missile launcher in. This is part of landing gear. That's detail. We'll come back to it as we're finishing up. All right, so I think we've got most of our front pieces here. Okay. All right, again, this is the bottom front. You want to make sure this will be facing down and this will be to outside. So this will go like this. Okay. This goes to the outside like so again. Okay. This is the top. It'll go in reverse, so it goes on like that, diagonal out here. I'm going to go ahead and, we'll glue these together again. Get those started and try to get them as lined up as you can. It just makes it all that much easier. All right. So now, set this here. So we're working on this side now. All right. This is the inside. This one goes like so, and the one that's the rim. This one that's the plain one goes to the front. This one that has the deal goes to the back and goes down, like so. So those are those three pieces there, like so. So we're going to glue those on right quick. And then we'll put the top on there, and that should lock everything together. And we'll come back to you. These, since they sit in the deal, they do a much better job of holding themselves up. Yeah, I wish that I could, that we were able to just send these all out to everybody and you're ready to go. But unfortunately, the realities of our capabilities and all that good stuff just doesn't work. Okay, I'm going to put a little on the top here on this one. So we'll hold this one in place, and then we're going to, I try to do, well, this one's got the double pegs there, so it's not going to, we'll hold our breath here and get it all together without knocking it over, as I'm prone to do. Oh, it's like a little cathedral, a little castle. Your little home away from home. Okay, so that's going there. Then we can put this. Now remember, these go to the top. So, and then the part with the bay door, to do with that part. He's got it here somewhere. He says. Let me set it somewhere again. Oh, there it is right here. Okay. So this goes to the top, and then this goes to the top here, like that. You're looking for this circle right here. So this is the top, and then the hatch goes on the bottom of the. So we're going to glue these on right quick, because the more we put of these on there, the sturdier it gets. Starts locking itself together. And then it all comes apart. Thing hold together. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. And get this one on there. We're good to go. This is the one that's going to hold it all together. The dangers of working too quickly. One piece is one that give me a pain. And go in there like so. Come on. All right. you are better off to let them set a little bit before you go gluing, but I'm trying to get this thing done. Okay, because now we can go ahead and that goes to the inside. This goes to the top. All right, so those are all going to go easy peasy. Okay, so we'll put a little glue on the top here. Bottom a little here. Because these are going to fit oversized, these holes. Oh, let me put a little on the back here too. And here. All right, now we'll line this puppy up and that locked her down. And again, the square is just cut out of there because of the piece that we took out of it. These are good too. Like I said, if you want to try to put LEDs or whatever in them, this is a good place to be able to get in and out to put your wiring battery packs. You can cut this area out here and be able to get to it, get switches or whatever, because this gets covered up by the exhaust, the bottom exhaust port, and you can just take it on and off as you need to, because it'll cover all that up and it fits pretty snug into those pegs. So, all right. Then we'll put this one on. Like so. See where the holes are. There you go. Yeah, when it starts getting pieces together, it gets tight. Glue excess off there. All right. Then this part glues on up here. Like so. Then this goes up top, where this points to the out. This will go up on the top section. Okay. Then this goes on, and you want to make sure the lines here line up. So You got those there to go, like so. Okay. Then that double piece that we glued earlier should be set. And we're going to glue on the back of it there. And it just slips into that notch there. There's no top or bottom to it, so it just will go in there. And it's designed to be snug, so because we want it to be good and tight in there to hold those corners together. Make sure it's all the way in there. There it goes. And then you want it flush on the bottom and the top. And then these go on, and they can go top or bottom, it doesn't matter. As they are the same. Spot there, I didn't sand. Okay. Put a glue. And you don't necessarily have to put these on. You can build all 4 of these right off the bat and then do them one after the other. If that floats your boat, you can do that as well. Make sure those are in there straight. You'll see the line goes across there. So just make sure that all lines up with the others. All right. So there's our other front pod. Much quicker. So, all right, so we'll set that aside. And we'll build our back one right quick. Because we are in fuego. We're on fire. That there. We'll put these together first. All right. So we'll get our pieces here that's got all the little paneling, little marks here that go with the inside of the missile bays. Let's see, that'll look pretty good. All right. So I believe this had we last time. All right, so we're going to get this in here. Let's get it there, and then this piece we're going to go like so, and then it's going to go this way. All right, so we're gonna these pieces here. Flip those all together, like so. hold those for a minute. Clean up my glue lines. That's all good and tight. Okay, now we can go here and put this on. And this one goes on here. You'd think he would get a hold of himself before he did that. Well, we know it'll go back together. It was together one time, so it'll go together again. And try to hold it a little different this time. Keep it tight. Keep it safe. Keep it tight. Keep it safe. All right. Hold that for a minute. Let that get set up. Do, 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 do. All right, just aside for a minute, we'll get our bottom. We need a bottom. Need a bottom. Bada bing. All right. Again, this will go to towards the front of the ship. So on the bottom of this, the front side, they go towards the inside, I guess would be the better way. Short side goes to the inside. Okay, so this will be towards the chip. That thing, the thingy-majigger. So this needs to go in here, like such. Nothing's going to be seen here, so you can get some good glue on there and not worry about it spilling out. Okay. Then that's going to leave this part and this part. What am I doing here? We're building this part here. All right. Oh, hang on, I may be going backwards. Just a second here. What am I doing here? Oh, that's a front. That does not go to the back. Oh, it's because I've got the wrong one. Okay. This goes like this. I just went backwards. using that. Then the engine goes to the back, intake goes to the front. Voila, imagine that. Okay, then we need something to hold that together, which would be a good time for that part. These parts right here. This is all stuff here for the missile launchers. Goes down there for now. Okay, so we're going to clean this piece up here because we're going to use it first. Make sure we got it. Cleaned it up a little bit. Alrighty. This piece, top, not side. All right, so we're going to put some glue on the bottom of this dude. And we'll glue on the top. Set it there for now. We'll put a glue up here. Put a glue on here. So, all right. Now we're going to stick this all in here and set a top on it to hold it all together and call it good. All right, so we'll leave that there. I'll lean that in there. Those are going to go there, those are going to go there, and these are going to go here. See if we can do this time without knocking it all to pieces. Good and tight, smush it all together. No glue showing anywhere, which always is what gets me in trouble. Come on, sides, work with me there. All right, hold this together for a minute. Let everything get a stick. Oh, don't come apart on me. We're doing so good. Don't show me up now. All right. Happy with that. All right, so now let's put this part on. We're riding the lightning here, rather than giving it more time to dry, but let's get her done. I like living dangerously. All right. Fronts, backs. And then, because the more pieces we get together, the more tighter, firmer it gets. All right. All right, on this one, the bay door goes to the top. Again, the lines will line you up. So to let you know which way to go. So we're going to go okay, now we can build our back side here. Oh no, we got to put our back on first before we can build that, since it needs the other side. All right, so let's get this one ready to go on. Remember, this will go away because this faces the inside of the ship. So we're going to some glue here. All right. This on here now. Got one little peg holding it up here. Come on. Everybody else is young but you. I think I have a little bit of a piece hanging somewhere. There you go. All right. Boy, that sure does snug them up when you get them. Get that last side in. This feels like a hard box. All right, so now we're ready to put our sides in here. Like so. Okay, and our window goes in here. Remember, side goes up. Oh, I got to put my cardboard in on this side. But I want to make sure, because I'm not going to leave my windows open. How you want to do them is up to you. Mine are going to be closed. Well, they're not really closed, but they're inset, sort of, kind of. Let's see, I need another piece of cardboard. And you can use whatever you want. I mean, it don't have to be. I had some of this mat board laying here, so. But you could use styrene, you could just whatever floats your boat. If you want to cover them up, you can use colored acrylic, you can use clear acrylic. So, I mean, I'd like to down the road build one lit up. It's just, this is not the one to do it with. All right, so that covers all those up. Okay, window side points up. So we're going to put this on there. Hold that together. So once those go together, they'll tighten those up. Okay. Then we've got this piece that goes onto the bottom. Again, the lines will tell you which direction it has to go. I don't know, the paneling lines, I guess, would be the term that we would use for that. And tries to come apart on me. Okay, because he's in a hurry. He's always in a hurry. Then this part goes here, and again, the panel lines will line me up. All right, put that on there. Like butter. All right, now we can put our engines together, which we already built the other engine. We just have to put in the frame piece here. Pride on that side. Okay. And that just goes on here like so. So we're going to put a little glue on the back of it. And just make sure that that's flush with the outside edges here. And you'll be good. So we'll go back and get our engine and make sure we put that to the top on the other one. Pretty sure I did. Yeah. Remember, we balanced this piece to the top, so we want to make sure they're the same on both sides. So, and again, try to hit in the lines. That way it'll overhang and cover up this bottom edge a little bit. Like so. And then we're going to put these in. Small go down, circle goes out. So let's snap these in while we're here. Get more of the stuff out of our way. This one's just more tighter for some reason. Notice that on the other piece. There it goes. Get in there. Okay, so that fits in there that way. Then we should have one more here. Small side down, circle out. Try and line them up a little bit, tuck it in there. Okay. All right, that gets that one in there, like so. All right, so this one's basically ready to go on as well. Let's set for a second and let's build our little monitor, our little front thing there, these pieces here, because these go out first, because these are two that have to be glued together. So we'll clean that up just a little bit. So just put a little glue on them so the insides glue the insides, so you have the pattern on both sides, and get them as flush together as you can. So those all in there. Okay, so what will help this though is you'll cut this piece out here. Now be careful, this is kind of thin here, so you don't want to break it getting it out. So, and then we need these two pieces here. Okay, clean them up a little bit. All right, so what you have here is these little pieces here go right above that line and glue to either side of this. They're just little accent parts. So glue the back side of them there with just a little bit of glue. And then, like I said, the back corner goes above the line all the way to the back, and then just follow it along the line and set it there. And it'll square up with your piece there. Do it to both sides. This is another one of those compromises to get the right look. You got to kind of stack some of this up sometimes to be more three-dimensional. But make sure all that's even back here on the back and on that line. Like so. And then this piece just goes on pointing up, point goes up, and that'll go on the end here and go on top of the two pegs that you just put in and around the two that are glued together. So without making it all come apart. Oh, get in there. You want to get in there. There you go. You can push those up if you still have, if there's just a little bit wet still. Make them good and tight. Clean up your glue. All right, we're gonna let that dry for a minute before we install it. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's get these other two parts on now. Then we'll do the landing gear and the missile pods and the details. And we will be good. Golden. All right, now we are going to need that back bay door from earlier. And the top piece here. I need these. So we got our bay door, and then we've got another kind of a window thingy. So windows go up. I'm gonna put some cardboard on them here. Cover them up. So this is one of the, could be a little trickier part because you have to stick these in while you're gluing the other side in. You actually don't even have to glue them because once the other piece is locked in, they can't go nowhere. So I don't. Okay. Did I cut that long enough? No, naturally, just a tad too short. Okay, try it again. All right, so we need to cut it right about there. Covering up my windows again. It's like curtains almost. You could say they're like curtains. Maybe. I don't know. All right. Nail on there. Kind of center that a little bit. And voila. Windows covered up. All right, so, and then the bay door can only go one way because of the way the pins are on the. It's got two wide ones and two small ones. So the two wide ones go in like so, and the small ones. So what happens, and then these go in here with windows up. Like so. So as you slide this on, you have to line those up as well. It is a little trickier, especially if you let it dry a little bit. You get a little more. You can be a little rougher with it. I didn't, like I said, I didn't put any glue on it. It doesn't really need any because once it's in there, it's in there. But it's up to you if you want to try. I didn't go ahead and try to put glue on it because it was just going to make for more just mess that it didn't really need. All right. See how we're fine living here. Whoop, already going to pieces on me. Actually, you know what I think I did? I think it's easier to do it this way. Put the doors on this side. And then line her up. That's what I did. And then windows go up, 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 up. All right. That way I wasn't trying to, and like I said, you just got to kind of work it on there. I line up that bottom hole first, make sure my hooks are going over. And then you can push these around a little bit with a stick to make sure you're getting somewhat lined up. Or maybe, actually, yeah. But trickiest part of the whole deal here. But it will go. I've done it several times. It's just a matter of getting it right. What did I do with an X-Acto knife? Scalpel, because it will go in there a lot tighter. Because once it's lined up, it just shoots right in there. I'm trying to get more on camera and do this at the same time. So pieces are coming out here. We can do it. We can rebuild it. Do. I think I got turned around wrong there. All right, put that back in there. Looks like here. Okay. Yeah. Just trying to do it on camera is what's getting me here. I may not be able to stay on camera to do this because it was just not turning with me right. You'll know when I got it because you'll hear yeehaw. All right, I gotta get off camera. I'm sorry. Because I just can't get it to line up with that angle. Okay. Once you get the right angle, it just slides together. So it was just a matter of trying to hold it at the angle that I was trying to keep it on camera and do it. It was done. So like I said, once that is glued in and locked in, those aren't going to go anywhere. So you're good to go there. And then we're ready to put that piece on there to cover it up. So we'll clean it up a little bit here where it broke off, and then we'll glue. Guys, we've almost got a badger. We are rocking and rolling now. All right, now we can put the front pod on. Glue on here. All right. And this time we don't have to worry about any bay doors. So just kind of get your pegs in line and voila. Give it a good squeeze to make sure it all, bottom peg didn't go in. There it goes. Good and tight. Okay. Just a little bit of wiggle to it, but it's all right, I think. There it goes. All right. There we go. That is the main. You get to this point and it is all downhill from here. You got all 4 pods are installed, cockpit's in. We're getting there. Getting there. All right, so now we can go ahead and since that's dried, let's put the sensor pod in here. And all this does is this bottom edge here slips down in there. And so you just put a little glue on it on the sides where you see the little square. And that way, as it slips in there, it'll put some glue to the side. And you just want it sticking straight out there once the back hits it. Like so. Just push down on the back and that'll get it so that it's level. That way it stays straight with the, like so. All right, so all that's left now really is landing gear, thruster bay pods at the bottom, missile pods, and then the details. Details are easy because most of them are traced on here, so you can see where they go, where to line them up. So that part works out pretty easy. All right. So let's go ahead and we've got 3 sets of landing gear. We have these 4 thrust pods that we need to build here. So let's let that set and we will build, well, we want to do the landing gear, the bottoms first, because that way, because you don't want to set it on top with the, all right, so most of the little pieces that we've got left goes for all this. So let's get all my pieces here from earlier that I've been, those we can set aside. We don't need those yet. We do need that piece. Okay. Got 4 of those. And you're going to have 3 of these for each piece. This actually, I guess that's just me being me, but when I was building this, the first landing gear that I built for it was was pretty simplistic, and it just didn't do it for me. So I went back and rebuilt the landing gear for it, and I probably made it a lot more overly complicated and detailed than it needs to be. But I thought it looked cool. So I was like, hey. Oh, I think I've got extra disc there. But you'll need all these little squares and the little pieces here. That's all part of the landing gear. So that's what I was talking about being maybe overly complicated. But hey, I think it looks cool. The rule of cool. And you only have to build them 3 times. So you got that going for you. All right, get those all out there. These are detail pieces for the up there on the top, so we'll come back and do those in a bit. Just finish getting our engine pieces out here, or I mean our landing gear. All right, I think that's all the stuff off of that one. And more landing gear pieces. Okay, that one. So 2 I need off of that one. And that sheets 1 and 2 has got most of your landing gear stuff on it, so. It's like, there's more pieces in the landing gear than the whole ship. I know, that's what I'm saying. I went crazy. Crazy nuts. All right, I think that's all the remaining landing gear pieces. Oh, no, there's one there. One snuck in on me. Some of these had to be moved around just so we could get them in on the sheet without being another 20 pages. All right, so landing gear time. Put our engine pods over here for now. It's out of the way. Okay, so some of this you can clean up if you need to. Some of it you really don't need to because it's really not going to show. These you probably want to make sure that that's tabs off the back because those fit into a spot here, which you'll see. So we want to get those, they go in there nicely. So we should have 9 of those. If you don't have 9, we have a problem. Like that. There's that one there. Oh, here it is over here earlier. Okay, so we start with these are our pads. And they go into this piece right here. And all that does, that just holds that like so. All right, then you have, there's 3 pieces that have this line on them. These are your center pins, or centering pins. So it goes down in here like so first. All right, so then we have our first layer, which is, make sure I'm getting that right. Take it's round. All right, so the next one that goes up is this part here. And all you want to make sure is when you set that on there, that one of these is facing to the each one to a foot. So if you're not facing it, if it's not facing a foot, it's not right. All right, so there is where it's right. All right, so we want to put a little bit of glue on this around the hole. Don't put any on the bottom of those because those are going to be hanging over. So you don't want glue there, but just slide this down on there like so. Make sure all your feet are put in there tight. Okay. Then we need 3 of these, which are toes, I guess. And you want a little glue on the back and some glue on the bottom. So a little glue on the back side there and some glue on the bottom. And then push one of those up into each feet. And this will glue this all together. And you just kind of make sure the angles, the points at the end line up. You'll be good. So we'll glue on the back, we'll glue on the bottom. Push that all together like so. But what happens is you build all this up in there, it all locks this together. And once it's locked together, it's pretty solid. And then it's also got, with the mat board, there's a detail piece that goes on the very bottom that puts the little knobs or whatever on the bottom of the feet, however you want to call them. Okay, so we've got that piece, and then it gets 2 of these pieces. So there's 6 of these. And again, you want to make sure that each one of these lines up with one of the feet. So if it's not with the, so it's got to go on here. Now this one you can put glue on the whole bottom of it because it's going to cover up the everything. And just line it up on your centering pin, possibly, if you can see, like so. And then just put another one on top of it, like so. Okay. All right, now these are where our little toes, these pieces here go, the little angular pieces. So you want to put a little glue on the back and the bottom there, like so. And these go inside that double slot, like so. Just push it all the way down, like that. Glue on the, and you don't have, like I said, you don't have to get crazy with glue on these. Just a little bit of is all it takes. Just something to hold it in there. Because like I said, as you keep gluing more stuff together, it's all gonna lock together. But you want to make sure that everything keeps lining up, because if you get off, it all goes to hell in a handbasket. All right, so once those are in, it gets this piece here. And this is the this locks those in there and serves as the, now on this one here, because it hangs over, you want to be careful. You don't want to go too crazy with glue. I just kind of put it around the pin here. And it goes on top of our peg there. All right, now our next ones is you have these long and short blocks. So you need 3 long ones and 6 short ones. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that one's got a line on it. Don't use the ones with the lines, because those are your centering pins. Okay, there's 5 and 6. All right, so what you do here is these, put a little glue on the bottom, like so. These go inside those slots right there to the back. and sit down on top of that on top of your feet. I'm crazy with the glue there. And then the little ones go to either side of that big one, and you just kind of center it and put it down on there like so. If you center it, push it down on the bottom, it'll be. Or no, wait. I'm getting ahead of myself. Yes, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry. You put the 3 long ones in there first. I'm going to do with my other long one there. Yeah, because it's cheap. All right, so you got those 3 in there. Now to straighten those up, that's what this pin is here for. And the line part goes to the top. Now, you do the 2 front ones this way. I'm going to do, this one is going to be the back one. So there's one more step, but we're going to go ahead and put some glue in the center of this thing. And this will get your pins all to straighten up and cover up that center area. Make it a little prettier looking. So line those up on those 3 pegs. You have to move them around just a little bit until everybody lines up, but this will straighten those up. Go all the way down with them. Then press like so. And that way those are in there. Now, we come in with the little pigs on either side. And you just tap those in there. So and what makes the rear different than the front is because they're on a little different level. So you have to add a piece to the back one so that they sit level. And that's the reason you have 4 of these. Is we'll take one more of those and you'll set it. Now on it, you want it the line side down because this is going to be up against the ship and you'll never see it. So this way if somebody's looking there, you'll be able to, you'll see some detail and not just a big plain circle. But just try to center them as best you can. And there was no good way to try to put little pegs or something in there. They're already small enough. And if you keep trying to put little things in there, they got in the way. So this way, it's just as easy to glue those together and center them on there and drop them in there. Okay, so those are all in there. Glue there. Line. And I doubt you'll ever see the glue even down here if you get a little on there, but it'll. All right, so like I said, for the rear one only, just the one, you're going to add one disc, and you're going to put it on there upside down so that the detail is to the bottom, so that you can see it. And all you do again is just put a little glue on either side of the deal, because it's going to slide down on top of those pins. And line it up on the big one and push it down on there, like so. So this is your rear landing gear, and it's the only one that has the second disc on it, okay? Because it needs this extra level in there to make up for where it goes. And I'll show you what I'm talking about, just so that you have a better understanding of the method to the madness. The rear landing gear goes here in the back, but remember, these all set up this edge, so these are 1/8 of an inch taller. So by putting this piece in there, it allows that it's a spacer. So after you got it all together, put your glue on your spacer, like so. It wouldn't hurt to put good glue on there, because these are, and then you just line it up in those holes and drop it down in there. It just went in there when I was showing you a minute ago. Until now I'm ready to glue it. Oh, come on. Let's see. And I want the point out, right? Yeah. Yeah, so that or the point goes in. Yeah. So that it goes like that. Come on, little pins. Find your little magic spot. Isn't that nuts? When I set it there, it went right in there. And then I took it off to put glue on it. And now it's, there it goes. All right. And then just press that all up in there. So it's nice and tight. So you want the wide to the back. That way it's, and then we reverse that so the wide goes to the front on the front. So that way it gives it a wider pattern. And then when we put the detail on here, there's a piece of cardboard that goes on top of that to cover that up. All right. So that's your rear landing gear. Okay. So let's build the other two right quick. Now that we're ready to roll, you've seen what I'm doing. We'll get them all going here. Just gonna kind of sand it a little bit here. So make sure you keep track of all this landing gear stuff, because there are no extras on here. So don't lose them. And we'll take, you know, if you lose a piece, holler. We'll figure out what we got to do to get it. But I'm here to tell you, I know all of the pieces are there. I am personally checking each one of them, and because of the way that they're cut, all I got to do is look at them, and if I don't see no holes, then all the pieces are there. And once they're all stacked up, they're good. So, no, nobody try to call me and say, "Oh, John, you left a piece out," because I didn't leave no pieces out. I promise you. This has been my deal, so I've had to be the one to check them, be in charge, large in charge. I don't think that's. And like I said, I know this is probably overcomplicated for landing gear, but I thought it was cool. The rule of cool. Hands cramping. I'm doing this too long today. So if you're watching this before I had a chance to edit it, if you're putting your ship together tomorrow or something, because it's going to take me a couple of days to get this all together, um, you can just follow along. Stop when you need to look at something. I'm gonna get. After we get all the orders out going out tomorrow, I'm gonna take some more pictures of it and get all that done. So, okay, so we're gonna just go through here and put these all together and rock and roll. All right, looking for the ones with the lines. Those are my centering pins. Okay. I'm gonna put toes on. All right, and the next part is my toe part here. Put some glue around the holes because it's going to go and make sure that that's lined up on my feet. Drop that down on there. Okay, and we're going to put in our top toes here. A little glue on the back, a little glue on the bottom. Make sure my points are kind of lined up a little bit there, so that they don't look wonky. that one. Okay. Put my thumb in the glue. Yay. All right, let me squeeze those all together, make sure they're all lined up. Looking good. Okay. Then we're going to put on our toes, or whatever you want to call those holders. So, all right, and then we get these two pieces, they each get two. And then conveniently put them on backwards so that they're not lined up right. So I'll fix that. Okay, there it goes. My eyesight's going. All right. One more. There you go. Oh, toes not glued there yet. Don't pick it up yet. Okay. All right, and put our teeth or whatever you want to call them in there. Slide those all the way to the back. Stay lined up for me there. Now remember, this one only gets, the front gear only get one of those circles. So don't panic if you're like, oh my gosh, where's the other ones? You should only have 4. Four is the magic number. Number 4, number 4. Okay, then we're going to put our long pegs in here. Like so. Then we're going to put this on there to line it up with the detail side up. There. That'll help straighten those pegs up. And I guess technically you could put this on first and then put those pegs in, but we just got to do it this way. I'm having such a hard time this time, I guess, because I said that. Okay, and then put the little ones on the outside. And you have to have the little ones on there. You're like, oh, why is he? I just will leave them off there. These are what supports the gear holding to the body. This keeps the pegs from going all the way up to the top. So that's why those are on there too. They add a little more character to them, and then like I said, they actually have a purpose, a special purpose. Next thing, I promise you we will have all this already done before we release it. We got rushed, we got behind, CavCon got in the way, people were screaming at me to get this thing out. And it just wasn't enough time to get everything done that I had to do for it, to get it done. All right, so those are on there like that. Now before it gets too set, I want to go ahead and mount this, because that way it's got just a little bit of give if needed. And just put a little glue on either side of the hole here. That's where those pegs are going to hit. The long ones are going to push a little bit in there. And this will definitely straighten them up. like so. But because of that extra piece that we put on this, these are level. So that straightens those up. And good to go. Okay, so let's finish building this other one. Oh, he says. All right, let's try this. Let's do this one. Let's go halfway with these. See if this makes it any easier. Oops. Okay, and then we need to put a little glue on the bottoms of them. Glue here, because it's going to have to come down. Okay. And then we will try to line these up. I don't know that there's a good way or a bad way to do it. It's all, at least this way you can kind of push them in with your fingers a little bit and see where they're going. Maybe a little easier. I don't know. All right. 2, 2, 2. And if you have little fingers, this will probably be a lot easier for you to do too. Oops, that one a little crooked there. All right. All right, so ready to throw this one on there. And just press that one down in there and it's ready to land. Now, what I'm going to go ahead and do, well, we'll let those dry. We'll put the pods here because we'll get the thrust on the bottom, and then we're going to go ahead and put the detail pieces on here while we got it upside down, because once you glue those missile pods on, it's really hard to turn it upside down. So we'll let those over there dry for now, and we will put these thingies together here. They're relatively simple. But we'll get these out. So these are all the same. There's 4 of them. There's 2 long sides, 2 short sides. The only thing that you have to do is you have to make sure that you do 2 one way and 2 the other way so that the angles work out right. So because they're directed thrust, they're not straight up and down. So there's 2 little, there's a big one there. Those. Okay, get all those out of there. Get these out. Jammed in there. All right, so the way these go is, and there's only one way they can go. The big side's got the little side down, like so. So those go into that side. And then on the small ones, again, there's one side's a little wider than the other, and that's the way they go in there. So I'm going to clean these up right quick, because these kind of show. So you want them to look a little prettier. But as far as the other parts of it, it's all the same. So they're hard to mess up. Oh, that one split a little bit. That's what I get for popping them out. That's right, I can fix that when I glue it. Remember which one that is. All right, so all you have to do is you start with, you want to make sure that you've got all your side, which way is going to go which here. Which. Yeah, so put the ends on first. So you want to make sure that as you put these on there that you go the same way with the other side. So like here, this is going to go on here like so. So you got the little end and you got the big end. You want to make sure that you get the reverse one so that you have the big end and the little one on the same ends. Or you get a funny looking thruster. So see, we got big, big, little, little. And then we'll set that aside for a minute and we'll just keep doing these here. and you want to make sure that this sticks up, because this will be the down part. Okay, so that's the right one for that. Big. All right, just put some glue on there. Because this is not one that you want to have all together and then go, oops. I'm not saying that I've done that. I'm just telling you. Listen to experience. Like, what the hell have I done? All right, so once you got your ends on, then you just come back and put your big and your those are going to go in there, in there, and then just make sure you got the big end towards the little end, and then it'll slip right in there. Same thing here. You have a little area and then a skinny end. Basically building a little mini box. All right. Let's get the crack in here. Get in there. There you go. Oh, that one almost hit first shot. Okay, that one. Okay. I think every one of these I've picked up backwards. that when I finally go right. Of course, I kind of paid attention. All right, one more. Now, when you put these on there, it's up to you which way you want them facing. I mean, you can have all four of them go in different directions if that's what you want. I did mine so that they're on the outsides and they're pointing out. And I'll show you what I'm talking about here in just a second. Mm-hmm. All right. All right, well, those are drying for a second. All right, let me grab this other one and I'll show you what I'm talking about here. So what I did on these is I have them so that they're pointed out. So the big sides go to the inside. That way they look like they're going this way, okay? Now, you can have them go the other way. You can have them go any direction you want them to go. That's just what I did. And what I'm going to do on this one. So, like I said, big side will go to the inside, and that points them out that way. So that one will go there. One goes there. That. And like I said, these can go anywhere you want them to go because they're all the same way. And you just put a little glue on the tops of them. Now, these are, like I said, these go in pretty snug. So if you want to hide a switch or something, you've got this box area in here, you can. That's totally up to you. I'm sure there's a half a dozen ways you can set that up to be your little door. I've got something's out of whack. What is out of whack here? Maybe I just was. Let's have a little bit of a warp to it. So I'm going to have to hold it for a minute or put something on it to give it a chance to glue itself down. Huh. Must have tweaked it when I was putting it on. Not sure why it's got a twist to it. Okay, so I guess we get to hold it for a minute. Dun, 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 dun. I guess both these front two are doing it. I must have torqued them some way. Watching grass grow, paint dry, and glue set. Fun, fun, fun. And you can use super glue on these too if you've got something that you're wanting to, that's having problems sticking or something. Super glue works pretty good on this stuff too because it soaks in, especially if you have an activator to put on it. This one stuck, but that one didn't. I put tape on it, but that's right where I want to start putting details on it. Come on, glue, set up for me. This doesn't work. Set here in a second. It's getting some super glue. That side set. This side still being that one corner. And I don't have anything here heavy enough to sit on it while we're working on it. So close. Do, 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 do. Everybody dropping off as we watch glue dry. And the good thing about MDF too, I mean, it's like I said, it's a pressed cardboard. It's not. I don't know if it's got any wood mixed into it or what, but it's just they compress it so hard that it's solid, and it's a good sturdy material, and especially once you paint it and get it sealed up. All right, it's stuck. So don't breathe. All right. So, well, I've got it upside down. Timber, as I knock that off, and then it comes loose. All right, so we are going to put a little super glue underneath there, under that corner, and call it good. A little piece of paper to slide that up in there. Just a piece of tape here. So this needs something to put a little glue on that I can slide up under there so it gets a little glue in there without pulling the whole thing off. All right. Spread that on there like so. And we're gonna slide that underneath that edge there and get some super glue all over the inside edge of that baby. Yeah. Give her 30 seconds and let's see what we got. So, anybody that's still here, have you thought about how you're going to paint yours if you're getting one? After I get done with the other photography that I need to do tomorrow, well, of course I've got two of these now. I'm going to start painting one. I've got kind of a gray red idea in mind for it. But my plan is to airbrush or to just primer the thing gray to begin with, and then use an airbrush to start doing the detail and weathering and stuff on it. So I'm anxious to see one painted. This is the fourth one that I've built, and it will be cool to see. All right, she's glued now. Thank you, Mr. Super Glue. All right, now on these cardboard details, these are a lot easier. Now, they're a lot easier to tear up too, but this is where the X-Acto comes in really good, because you can just kind of cut the little hanger on her. And the majority of these, you'll see where they go. I mean, I put outlines on everything, so we'll just very carefully take the blade and cut the little tooth hanging it on there. Because you really don't want to try to sand these or anything like that. So try to get it the mat board as close as you can get it. So, all right. So these just glue onto the bottom of the landing gear. They're good for tying it all together and giving it kind of more of a pad look to it. So just spread some glue on there. And then just kind of center them so that you got a little bit of a edge around it, like so. That'll raise it up off the give it a little more detail. All right, that one. And that also helps to hold everything together too. I had noticed on one of the earlier ones that I did, even though this is all glued, those toes can get stressed a little bit depending on how you're moving them and setting them. By putting this on there, this takes care of that problem. It reinforces everything. So there we go. It's got just a little bit of warp to it tonight. I wonder, because of humidity maybe. All right, now on the bottom here, there's a couple of airlock doors and some hatches. So we'll cut these out here. Like so, maybe. There's hatches all over this thing, so. In my mind, I figured that if you're trying to escape the ship of an emergency, you're going to want hatches and as close as you can get to them. If I can get it cut, there it goes. Oh, come apart a little bit. If you get, when this stuff's cut so fine like this, sometimes that layer will come off where it's cut. If it is, just put a little glue in it and push it back down. It'll be fine. All right, now also the doors here. Well, I've got them here. I'm going to do the bottom ones. So that's what all these panels are here for. And they're, we'll do a big one and a little one. So we've got those two. Then these parts up here get pieces on them. And they are, which pieces are those? These right here. All right, so these will go on there, like so, around that piece. And what else do I need for the bottom here for now? All right, so let's go with that. So we're going to put, I hate trying to sand if I don't get the little tooth off just right. Okay, so you got two bay doors here, two airlocks. So just put those inside the lines there, like so. Number one. Number two. There. And we've got, there's a hatch right there. Put that on there. And you can see where the little hinge is for it. So that's the direction it goes. There's one up here. Okay, there's two on the outsides here. And one here. Oops. And one back here. Okay, and then for these, the hinges that are printed on them go to the inside. So those will go on there like so. There, you can see how they're lined up. There's only one way for them to go on. And just line them up in the line. There's two lines. You want the inside line, so that it has that border around it. And then if you get any and this is basically just to give the door some texture. Then when you put the little one in there, you want the hinge side to go up against the other hinge. Now, if you want to, way back when we started on this, if you wanted to do this before you put all these corners on, if that would be easier for you, you can. I thought about doing it that way, but I didn't want to take a chance of tearing it up when I was moving stuff around on it. So, especially if you're big fingered like me, it's a little hard. Now, the other thing that goes on here now is it's got some interlocks on it, and that's what these are here. There's 8 of them for each side. These are a little trickier to put on, but I'm gonna go ahead and cut out. We'll cut 4 of these out right quick. I figured these blow out or move out or something to release to let the doors down. It was more, I just was trying to get some detail in there, whether that's but you'll see where the little notch is, and it just fits inside the cardboard there. So after you got the cardboard on there, you glue these in there, and they just fit inside that space there, like so. Just push it up against the cardboard. Voila. Guess if you had a pair of hobby tweezers, you could grab them and drop them in there if you're big fingered. All right. Here. Set this up just a little bit. A little easier for me to get to it. The nice thing with the cardboard already on there, it really guides it in there, so it's not horrible to get it in there. Okay, so we're going to turn it to the back here. We'll just work our way around. So the doors are right here. It goes onto the the back door. Right there, I thought I'd left it off. I'm like, wait a minute, I know it was on there. And same thing, it's just going to go inside the line. You want the air, this part up to the top, so that it's got a lock up there, and it's got a little hooks to go on the bottom hinge or whatever you want to call them. So I'll put a little glue on here. That goes on there for the back door. In an emergency, if you got to get off this ship, it's easy to get off of it. It has doors everywhere. I figure that, especially if they're dropping in a combat zone and trying to get guys out to fight, they want everybody out of here up pronto. All right, then we got another lock here for that. And this goes on the top. So and then it has a hatch back here above it. So we'll take a hatch on there. It goes down. And these are the holes I talked about earlier that are pre-drilled if you want to come back and put running lights or any kind of lights on it. They're on the corners there. All right, so we're going to need 2 more hatches as we go to the side here. Cut those right quick while I got this here. Get that one cut. Okay, and then we're going to need another bottom and top doors. Okay. Cure that. Oh, and then we've got, forgot these pieces here. Come back and get those in a second. All right, so keep turning here. Da, 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 da. Okay, and then I forgot to put this on the other side, so I'll put it across there right quick. These are just little strips that go right on the edge of the bottom of the doors, along the edge. So they just fit there on the corner along the edge, just to give it a little more dimensional look. They just fit in between there. And I'll go back and do the other side here. Whatnot. All right. Okay, glue this bottom piece on here. So there. Put this piece on there. You'll make sure again it's inside the lines and the hinges are to each other, because these are clam style doors, so the bottom opens down and the top opens up. Okay, I'll let those set for a minute before we put the interlocks in there. Okay, we've got two hatches on this side. Okay, then I need some of our interlocks here again. Stuff out of the way here. See the nose a little bit. And then glue them on there. If I didn't get any glue on that end. I might not have got any glue on that end accidentally. So let's see if we can put a little glue up underneath there just to make sure. It sure isn't acting like it's got it. Okay, it will come on around here. We'll glue these two pieces up here. Make sure we get glue on all four corners this time. And these just fit around those inside the lines there, like so. Now this here on the inside, on either side here, there are airlocks. So I think they'll be just as easy to get here while we're here on this side as they will anywhere. So we'll knock them out while we're here. And they just go, you'll see where the lines go. Okay. But you can, I don't know how well you can see there on the, it's kind of a weird angle. I don't know that I can get a camera there to. Oh, and just put it on there upside down. What was I thinking there, huh? It's like, why aren't those lines lining up? Oh, it's because they're upside down. All right. So there's the inside, the airlocks right there. But there's one on each side. Let me put the strip here that I didn't put on a second ago. And I think that takes care of all the detail on the bottom. Again, this just runs in between the two pods and just runs along the edge of the ship there for a little extra detail. All right, I don't think there's anything else on there that goes to the bottom. So we can turn this puppy over and let's build some missile pods. Put that up there for now. Okay, missile pod, missile pod, missile pod. That should be basically the only pieces that we have left. So it should be easy to get them together. Just a matter of making sure you get them in the right place. Those are interlocks. Okay, that piece. Now, and you can get it off the store site, but there is a link for 3D files if you want to print out the actual missile ends and exhaust for these, if you want to. They are not included, but like I said, you can print them out and go to town. And a few detail parts there. Here's where I was talking earlier about it looks like there's a wider line, okay? It's not. It's still a thin line just like any of the other lines, but because this may have a little warp to it or something like that, the lens went out of focus just a little bit. It's still cut, but it burnt into the surface a little bit. So don't worry about it. If you get one, we try to catch them and pull them out, but sometimes we don't. But if you do, it's once you paint it, you'll never notice it was there. Just an FYI. Sometimes you can get these to pop. You do risk tearing them like that. Of course, it tore on the, especially if there's a narrow piece next to it. So keep that in mind if you want to do it that way. It can be done. Saves a little bit of time. Piece. We're just going to get all this stuff out right here for both of them and get them put together, and we're just about done. These go together pretty quick. All right, clean them up just a little bit. So they're not have the rough spots later when we're you want to make sure don't go with too heavy of a grit. I think this is like 100 something, 120 or something. Heavier grit will catch on the material and rip it, so be careful. FYI. All right, get all our pieces together here. Okay, so basically you're looking, these are all ambidextrous pieces, I guess is the word you want to, just try to get them so that the brown side, the burnt sides are on the inside. Or if you've got that double line, if that, or where it's around the edge, if that bothers you, you can always turn it to the inside. This will all paint up one way or the other, but you want two pieces that are opposite of each other. So let's see. There should be, everything should have its opposite, I thought. Maybe not. Okay, so you want those are together like that. And we want to start building these pieces. So there is one piece that goes on the inside here on the corners. Everything else fits on the outside. So you have to, when you're ready to put that piece together, you've got to kind of work that together just a little bit. So see here, just so I know I've got the right ones. Now these plain pieces here, they're going to go on here, and there's a small side and a big side, so make sure you've got it the right way. And it'll go in here like so. Okay, so we're gonna start with that. I don't know, there's a certain place that you have to start. It's just you want to work up close to where that piece is so that you can fit that in there when it comes time. So we're gonna there like so, and then that's this piece right here. This is the thing that goes inside there. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and set that right quick. But because it's kind of inset, that's why it's got to go into the inside. So that goes there. And then this back piece is this piece here. And again, it's got a short side and a tall side. So you want the tall side to go up towards the upper end. It overlaps just a little bit because of the design of the okay, so now we're going to see if we can get this to go. I think we've got enough pieces to hold it all together until we can get the rest of the pieces on. So we'll slide that in there first, like so. Tuck that in, push those in, and voila. That gets us enough of a structure to hold it together. Because what you need to do is, and again, at whatever point you have to decide which side one is at. So for right now, so you have a plain one, and you have one that's got the line work on it here. The line work is the front launcher. It goes to the front. Okay, so in this case, if we're going to make this is our front, that has to go in here. But there is a piece that has to go on here that covers this up. So what it does is it kind of centers around that. So glue this on here right quick. Like there. So we're going to line that all up and glue that on there nice and tight. Clean the glue up there a little bit. All right, that's going to be the front. Now the back piece, it just sits in there. So we'll just put a little glue around the outside of the edge, just on the lip of it here, because it just sits right in the edge there. And but it goes right, once you got that piece in there, it sets in here right up against that corner piece, and you'll see how it sets once it's up in there. It goes all the way up against it, and it sits flat with all the rest of the work. So that does a good job of tightening it up too. But that's the back. And you got to do this before you put it all together, because if you put it all together and then try to put these in there, they won't fit. So again, we're just going to do the outside edge of this. Just like so. And this is going to slide right up in here. And goes all the way up against that corner piece. And you'll see how it all lines up. There's all the lines that it gets to be. But that way that it insets in like that. So it gives this little peg here. This is kind of a ode to the old Badger. It kind of had some kind of a rocket missile system that had that all in there. Rough spot there. All right. So then once those are in there, you can put the rest of the panels in here. Up on top, there is a big side and a little side. So just put those in there. Okay. Missing little places, right? Some glue stuck out. Okay. Then this has this big side here that goes on here. And I believe this has this goes up. Yeah, it's got a little bit of a big side, maybe a little side. But these four here go up in the top right-hand corner. So as long as you go just like that, you'll be good to go. You can come back here and be a little further back since you got more meat to glue into there. Then you have this piece that goes in right here. And it has to go, let's see, it goes, the up and down piece goes to the left. So let's put that in there. All right, so that builds a rocket, one of the rocket pods for it. Like so. Okay. And then it's got some details that go on it as well, which we can do here right quick while we got them out. So we'll cut these out. So we need those pieces. Then we need these pieces. So, and then we need both of these here. This has a piece inside of it, so make sure that you don't toss those out, because you want to cut these squares out here, because we need those. Now the inside of that you can toss, or you can glue on somewhere if you want to, since you got little kind of boxes. But okay, so these go on here like so, with big side down. So you're going to get some glue, and you want to make sure that you get some on these little pegs or whatever you want to call them, because you want to make sure that they glue down and don't get caught on something later. But just go to the bottom line here, big side down. That should line up at the top, like so. Just like that. And you want to make sure not to, because these will move until they have a chance to dry. So make sure those little prongs stay straight, and you'll be good to go. All right, then this here goes up on the very top. So I'm going to glue on these. And it just sits inside that line, like so. Like that. And then these pieces go outside here. And go inside the lines here too. And then that little square that we cut out goes right there. These are just kind of panels, so they'll be good to dry brush over and stuff like that. Just again, it's just little details to give it a little bit of texture and cover up some of the peg holes. Okay. Now, like I said, if you print out the rockets, the tips come in here, the exhaust comes out here. You just can glue those in after the fact or whatever. But that is everything that goes on the pod. And then to install these, well, let's go ahead. Let's build the other one right quick. So we've got that one there. So now these need to go opposite. Okay, so we need this piece. We can go ahead and glue this on here right quick. Let that be drying. Now that we got one together, we can get to rocking here. So set that there, let that dry. That piece, we need that piece, and then we need the top piece here. And that one's what we put together. We put that one, and the top piece. Then we put the back piece on there. That's which one we used. Okay, so that's opposite of the one that we just did. Big side goes to there, so we'll glue this in. It's got a big end and a little end, so you'll see which way it goes in there. If you can hold it in there. That piece, then we need to put this one in. Like so. And it actually has a big end and a little end. I think I might have got them in reverse on there, and that's reading there's a little bit of a gap. Oh well, here's what it is. Yeah, this one's got a big end and a little end too. So it goes, big end goes down. That's to keep the gap out of there. And then this piece went out here, and it goes big end, little end. Four fingers are just about to bail on me. So we're gonna these in here. Like that. Okay, so now we're ready to take the other one and get it ready. So we're going to glue here. Glue here. And then we need a little glue here. All right, so we'll just do it again. We'll stick those in first. Possibly. One, there you go. There, that corner will go in there, and then this will go in there. Let's see. I probably can't fix this one now. Darn it, Jim. Yeah, see, this one's got just a little bit of a gap there, and because I reversed it. If I'd got the big side down, that would have filled that in. But I don't know that I can fix it. I think it's set. I could probably pop that piece up there, but I don't know if I can get that out of there then. So. Well, darn it, Jim. We're gonna try. We're gonna see if we can fix it. I get one side to budge. I could flip it. Maybe. All right. I wouldn't have thought I'd have got it without tearing it apart, but it's still a little soft. All right, so big side goes down to fill in that gap. Oh, I guess I need to put it on the side that didn't move. Yay! See, you can fix this without tearing it up. So that'll get edited out. I'll glue this back in there. Let it reset. There, so that got rid of that little space there that was there. So there was a big and a bottom. All right. All right, so this one is opposite of that one. So this is the back here. So we'll glue around the edge. So you'll go here into the back, slip in here. And that's the only thing that does, is that by putting the big side up or down, it fills in that gap. So, hence why everything else went together okay, and I didn't realize that there was a problem until I got to look. I'm like, why is there a gap there? There should not be a gap. Okay, then this is going to slide in there all the way up against it. Like so. Put that in there. All right. Okay, and this will go towards the top. Here, the little pegs, or the 4 little squares, go to the top. So, and this is supposed to have this little bit of a overlap, because when the pods would be retracted, this would close into here. So, and it's possible that you might be able to rig that to go in there and make a deal. If you do, you want to probably leave those out because that's for that top. But I just did it that way, so this makes it more permanent, but it'll get in there. Yep. So that's up to you if you want to try to jump into that. This has got a big and a little end, so I go in one way. But if you do want to try that, like I said, you're going to have to leave these side pieces in right here because those hold on to a top piece that's going to cover that up. And if they're there, these will not go in there. There's enough room for them to go, but they hit that part. So if you're so desired, you probably can fix that where you can do that. I wonder why that's not pushing up against there. Must have something that's just a little bit out of whack. We're gonna that's the way it looks like this because it's solid. Okay, so then the last piece is this one here, and we said that the I guess it really doesn't matter on this one which way it goes. They don't have to be exactly the same. It'll go in there either way, so don't worry about it. Don't sweat the small stuff. Okay, so let's add our little detail pieces here right quick. We just about how this thing looked. Okay, that goes to that bottom line, goes to the top, goes to the edge. Make sure you got glue on each tip and that they're straight so that they don't get caught or bent. Okay, and this goes on here. Okay, these go up here inside the lines. Like so. Okay, then these go on out here. Like that. The square. Guess I'll cover those there. Okay, so that gives us our two opposite missile pods, like so. And if you want to download the tips, you can put those in there. And then of course the lines are going to go to the front because that's where the heads are coming out. So we come up over to our ship now. These fit down inside this. There's a space there, right there that you can see. These are going to go in. They go inside those pieces and down in there. So it locks itself against the. There's a little tooth on the bottom of this, so it locks itself in there. Okay, so you want to put a little bit of glue if you're going to make them permanent, which that's what I'm going to do. So you want a little bit of glue there and a little bit of glue here, just to give it a little support. And then that's going to go back inside those, just like we did, and fits down in there. It just kind of hangs over the edge a little bit. Like so. It's toothed out there. There's a gap there. You'll see how there's only one way for it to go. Once that's flattened down there, then you take this piece. Again, it's only going to go on there one way. I'm going to put a little glue to the back edge. A little glue here, a little glue there. This goes down over those two side pieces and locks this puppy in. So once those are pushed down on there and glued, and that dude's on there. Okay, twisted it just a little bit. And it's made to be tight because once this thing glues in here, we want it to stay tight in there. And that makes the bay there where the piece would all roll in there. It covers all that up, like so. Voila. And we'll just come over here and do the other side right quick. Put a little glue right there, a little on the bottom, a little there, and a little there. There's that notch right there that I'm talking about. It's notched out right there so that it fits right on the edge. It locks over the outside edge of that thing. So, and these both go on in the inside of the pieces inside. Push that all the way down. And make sure it overlaps the outside edge just a little bit. Okay. And then we're going to put this piece on there. Again, it can only go one way, so. Twisting it just a little bit when I'm putting it in there. Come on. Don't come loose on me there. It's just twisted a little bit, so it's sitting on top of the edge of that just a little bit. Okay, let's see if I can hit it straight at this time. Either that or I've got a pen not lining up very good. Which is a possibility. Well, I had it on there. Try it again. Try to put this side on first and make sure it's, there it goes. Just need to hold my tongue just right. Okay, but once that sets up, that dude's in there. So, all right, last but not least is just put the last details up here on it, and this puppy's done. So, let's see, we need this piece here. All right, this is the piece that covers all that up that we talked about earlier, and it just centers on top of that hole right there. So just glue that on there. Right, real good. And it goes, the long ones go to the edge. Okay, and we're going to center those on the side of the lines. Like that. And then this piece here from earlier, if I could get it here, this goes inside that circle. This is like this is the lock where like a shuttle or something could land on top of it if it needed to, or where they need to hook up to another ship or something. Is what that's for. So we'll pull a glue on it, and it goes right inside there. Just however you want to put it in there, it'll go. Okay. Then we're gonna these grates here, I call them blowout grates. I figured these are over the top of the cargo bay, so I guess if they had ammo or something that blew up or whatever, that these would release it out to the top or something. I don't know. That was my thinking when I was building them anyway. But they go each inside one of those squares there, so. Glue on them here, on the corners and the edge, and just fit them inside the lines there. Yeah, almost 8 o'clock. It's about right. I figured about 5 or 6 hours is how long it takes to put one of these together. So you may decide to do it in one sitting, and you may not. Okay. Another thing you can do too is, if you really want to get fancy, is you can put your glue in a cup or something, and get an old brush and brush your glue on if you want to keep it a little prettier looking. Not have to worry so much about having high spots. I don't worry about it too much. I figure at this scale, this is going to dry clear. It's going to have paint over it. I figure it counts as, I don't know, stuff that's just built up on the ships over the years. Crud. Oops. My fingers are getting all covered in glue. They're about glued out. All right, that goes there. Okay, and then we've got our pieces there on top of the bay doors. Come off of there. Let's see if we can get a little smoother cut here. Being over here on the edge, they're being a little. It doesn't help that my fingers are sticking. Okay. Make sure I get the right two pieces here. I think that's these here. Okay. See if I can clean the edge up just a little bit there. Get that little kitty off. Okay, these will go up here on top. Again, they just fit between the two pods and along that top edge there, just to give it a little bit of a raised spot. Okay, we'll come back to those. All right, we got our bay doors here. Get these on. So we got glue this time on all our corners. Okay, put between the lines. That one, and again this one, and I'll make sure the hinges are up so that everything's getting their hinges together. We'll build up a glue there. Glue there, all there, all there. Okay, hinges up. He says hinges up. Okay, then we need the rest of our locks here. All right, so we're not there. Oops, something there. Okay, so we'll glue our locks in here. Make sure they're straight. Trickier here on the right here. All right, those go there. And then I forgot this piece here. We need to. Now these do come with some of the Rock Tactical and their emblems and stuff. It's totally up to you if you want to put those on or not. If you're gonna use it for rock, then great. If not, if it's kind of a generic one, you can. You don't have to put them on there. But I just included them for those that might want them. I'm gonna finish cutting the pieces out of here just so I don't have to keep messing with this. Got a couple of hatches left to put on, and I'll probably leave them off this one because I put them on the other one. We'll go ahead and cut them out so that I don't lose them. Or you can use them just like a template, you know, maybe airbrush through them or something. You can if you want to. Maybe down the road I can get Brian at Fighting Piranha Graphics to do some bigger decals that'll work on this. All right, so we want to cut these out, these centers out here. It's got the rock emblem on them. We'll set all those to the side. And these go down here on the lower exhaust right here, or intake that's right here. These just frame those, so just stick those on there like so. Inside the line. Okay, then we're going to come on around to the front here. And this little piece here covers up this line here and those two pegs there. It'll go over those. See if I can clean that up just a little bit. You know, be super careful with this piece because when you get them cut this smooth, they are this small, they are very prone to tearing. And again, I put the center arrow up. So we'll just kind of center it there in the lines. But that'll kind of cover up that end just a little bit. And like so. And then we're going to, we got a hatch right there. Cover that up. Okay. And we're just going to go on around over here and do this side. Right quick. Right. Hinges up. Okay. Okay, so I got those in the lines. There, and put our little top piece across there. So okay, and we're going to put our little locks in. One more I had to cut out here. All right. Make sure it's straight. Do, 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 do. Okay, then we've got our little detail here that goes on. so. And just stay inside the lines. Make sure it's straight. I think it is. Okay, we're going to come around here to the back. And we've got two hatches back here. There. Okay, and then all that's left is we've got this little detail work here that goes in. And those are, it's kind of a combination of the pieces here. But there's 3 sets that we need. I think the other one that I broke off earlier. Threw them up here. There they are. All right. All right, I want to touch those up right quick, just so that we've got some smooth surfaces. All right, and now these all just glue on right on top of the shapes. So this one, the long piece goes in back. Like so. Just kind of get it inside the lines as good as you can. I don't have any idea what these are. Uh, this is kind of a ode back to the original Badger design that had something like these on them. There is a line that runs down the middle of the on one side, so you want to make sure the line is up on all these pieces, by the way. So I don't know, maybe they're capacitors or something, like from Flash Gordon. Charge the capacitors. I don't know. But I thought they were pretty important to the Badger design, so I kind of modified them a little bit, but voila, there we go. Then the little squares and the holes go up here. Make sure lines are up, and you're inside the lines there. Be careful not to hit what you already glued. Well, the windows are punched out. They're already cut out. Um, so you can either glue something behind them if you just want to have something there. Which is what I did here. I just put cardboard behind them for this particular one. So you could get as fancy as you wanted if you wanted to, paint them beforehand, or you could paint pieces and then come back in. I mean, it's if you've ever built a regular model kit, sometimes if you want a certain look, you just have to put things together in a. You could paint an index card. I mean, you could print stuff out on an inkjet and glue behind it. The trick is if you do it before you paint, you have to be careful that you don't paint over them. So you might have to figure out a way to mask them or something. All right. Something else I just thought of that you could probably do is um, you can put cardboard or something behind them, but before you mount them, print out however you want them to look and trace that design. And then after you paint it, cut those out and push them through the window and glue them on top of the cardboard. You could do that. It'd be a little tricky, but it could be done. All right. Then after those are on, the front three have these little cardboard that go around them. So you want to zap those on there. Yeah, these would be brutal without an airbrush. I mean, you could rattle trap can them, but which is how I'm going to primer mine. I think yours already went out too. I think you should be probably getting yours. I don't know if you got an email yet on a deal, but I vaguely remember seeing yours on the list that went out Friday. Okay. So there you have it. Now, get some of this out of the way here. If you want to Yeah, I was gonna say I thought yours went out. It was a bigger size box, so that's why you had to go UPS. Um, since I've already did it on the other one, I'm not going to glue the turret rings on here, but you could come in here and glue those on there. Like I said, if you want to use the turrets from the that we have in the terrain line, those all fit inside there. I didn't bring any upstairs with me, or I would put one in to show you. Like I meant to, and I forgot to. Again, if you want to put the rock symbols on here, you can. You can punch them out if you want to, or leave them all solid with the lines, however you want to do them. So, but other than that, that's it. Oh, I got my airlock. Must have moved on me. And I'm going to have to see if I can get it off and put it back on. Yeah, he says, can he get behind it? I can't believe that it moved that far. I must have hit it with something. This is why I like scalpels. All right. All right. So I reglue my airlock that moved on me because it was really crooked. And I don't mean maybe. Oh, that's a ring. I was like, wait a minute, what's falling off? All right, much better. It's much straighter. All right. That's it. That's how you build one. I don't know if that was informative enough for you or not, but like I said, my intention is this week is to edit this down into a more manageable YouTube video and also do some page captures, picture captures out of it and put together kind of my deal. But there's two of them. It's a multi-drop. So, but I'm real happy with the way they turned out. I think everybody will enjoy them. Now that I've got an extra one here, I can start painting on mine. So I look forward to doing that very soon once we get kind of caught up with some other things. So anyway, well, guys, it's been a long afternoon, about 6 hours or so for me. So I am going to go ahead and stop streaming. I appreciate everybody that stayed around. I will get this all together as soon as I can, and we'll see you around. Take care.